Thanks, everyone. Okay, good evening. This is a regular meeting of the Montclair Zoning Board of Adjustment. Notice of this meeting has been given in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act by posting a copy of the notice at the municipal building and also posting a copy of the notice in the Montclair Times and the Star Ledger. Let's start with the roll call this evening. Mr. Harrison?
Here.
Mr. Fleischer?
Here.
Mr. Church is absent at this time. Hopefully we see him soon. Mr. McCullough is excused this evening. Mr. Moore? Here. Mr. Simon?
Here.
Ms. Harris?
Here.
Mr. Caulfield?
Here.
And Ms. Gilmer is excused this evening, and Mr. Sullivan?
Here.
Okay, Graham, we didn't get minutes, is that correct?
That's correct. We're gonna do the February 3rd and the February 17th minutes at our next special meeting, which will be held on March 3rd.
Okay, and I'm recused from the first resolution.
Okay, this is the resolution for Kevin Costello and Nicole Sobczyk, 157-159 Forest Street and 59 Chestnut Street. I prepared the resolution which memorialized the grant of preliminary and final site plan approval and exceptions. That was emailed to you. If anybody has any questions, they can let me know. Otherwise, Graham, who's eligible to vote on this?
Eligible to vote on this is Mr. Fleischer, Mr. Simon, Mr. Caulfield, and Mr. Moore. And Ms. Harris, were you at our last meeting?
I was not at the February 3rd meeting.
That's what I thought. That's correct. Okay. Yeah, so it's Mr. Fleischer, Mr. Caulfield, Mr. Simon, and Mr. Moore.
I have one minor comment, and it's not really any change to the resolution. It's related to item 7 on page 4. Simply that the applicant should be thoughtful about whether that 4.5-foot board-on-board fence meets the wrought iron fence that sits on top of the retaining wall. And we really did not discuss that there, but I'm concerned about the point where those two things meet, that the applicant at least should be aware that he may have an issue of trying to bring those two items together. Other than that, I have no comments or corrections to these for the resolution. Can we get someone to make a motion?
Motion to accept the resolution.
Second?
I second.
All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
I abstain.
Okay.
Is there any opposed?
Okay.
Yep. Looks like Jay has joined us. Jay, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, can't see me. You can't see me though.
Not yet.
Okay. Finally, got in. I'm sorry for the delay.
It's okay.
Okay.
Okay, we next have the resolution of the Hornik property on Essex Avenue. I don't have any changes to that resolution. Does anyone else have any changes?
Move approval of the resolution as submitted.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions?
Ms. Harris abstains on that one.
Okay, Graham, you want to announce the postponement?
Yes, just give me 1 second. I'll pull up the agenda for members of the public that are participating. So this is to announce the applicant for application 2709, applicant Barnes and Carter Realty LLC, property at 321 Orange Road. The applicant has notified that they are requesting to postpone this matter to the March 17th, 2021 meeting of the board. No further notice will be given. The applicant also consents to any extension of time that's required for the board to act.
Okay. The next application is the continuation of the public hearing for the Thomas property on 60 Montague Place. This is the conversion of an existing single-family dwelling to a two-family dwelling with additions. Mr. Gassion, are you here?
Mr. Gassion is not representing the applicant. The applicant is here himself this evening.
Okay. Mr. Thomas?
Here.
Okay, you were previously sworn in, so you're still under oath. You want to, you provided us an exhibit about the parking. I don't know if you or the engineer is going to testify concerning that,
I have my architect with me.
or your
Oh,
architect.
yes. Mr. Cedra, correct? Hey, Mr.
Mr.
Cedra, I'm bringing you into the meeting. Mr. Cedra, you're unmuted now.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, and you're also under oath from the prior meeting.
Yes, I am.
Okay, you want to explain the new arrangement?
Sure. This exhibit here, it's a redesign for the previous one. And we, as you will see, we provided two parking spaces and we located them toward the back of the property just to create enough maneuvering for these two cars. Now, the next sheet of this exhibit, it will show the K-turn maneuvering process of each car. So this is car number one, where we have a three-pointed maneuvering for this for this car. It goes to number one, and then number two, and then three, and then it's ready to go out with the radius in every turn of 25 feet radius. And this maneuvering process is pretty nice in the way it is, because it just only involves my client property. It does not provide any maneuvering that it will get into the next door property, which is 58. So this is car number one. Car number two, which is the following sheet. That's car number two, and again, it's a three-pointed Q-turn. And as you see in the drawing, it shows that the car can maneuver around in the parking lot and gets out through the shared driveway.
Okay.
Now, I can go over the zoning if that's next, unless if I need to answer questions.
Why don't you finish any testimony you have, and then we'll do the questions together.
Sure. So now regarding the zoning, we are applying for two variances. The first one is the parking variance. As you will see in this drawing, we downsized the parking spots from 3 to 2. So now the ordinance calls for a requirement of 3 parking spots for this lot based on the conversion of from single family to 2 family, and we only providing 2 parking spots. So we are required to apply for variance for 1 parking spot. The second variance we're applying for is the space closeness to the property line, as the required by the ordinance is 4 feet. And we only providing 2 feet. So this one, our second variance. There is also some existing non-conforming variances that relates to this lot, which has to do with the undersized lot. So I'm gonna go over those. The first one is the lot area, which is the required by ordinance is 6,000 square feet, and our existing lot is 3,250. The next one is the lot frontage, as the required by the ordinance is 60 feet, and our existing lot is 25 feet. Also, we have setback variances, which is, again, it's existing non-conforming for the front yard, which the required by the ordinance 25 feet. And we only have 13.20 feet to the existing structure. The next one will be the right side yard, which is required by the ordinance is 6 feet. and the existing structure at 2.77 feet from the right side of the property. The left side yard, the required by the ordinance is 10 feet, and we only have 3.76 feet. The next one will be the building coverage as the required by code 25%, which is 815 square feet, and the existing structure at 1,176 square feet, which is 36.07%. We don't have any variances for the height. We are in conformance with the code for the height. We have some small variances. Again, it relates to the existing non-conformity of the lot, which is the minimum required width for a driveway, which is the required by the ordinance is 10 feet, and we only, from our side, we have only 3.76 feet. The last one that relates to the existing non-conformity is the driveway closeness to the property line. The ordinance calls for 1 foot, and we have 0 feet as the driveway is adjoining the property line to create the shared driveway between my clients and next door, which is 58 Montague Place. That's pretty much everything that was left over on this application.
Mr. Fleischer, do you have any questions?
I don't. Again, I think it's awfully crowded, but we've been dealing with some of these very narrow lots quite a bit lately. And at least an effort has been made here by reducing one of the parking spaces so that the vehicles can turn around without directly impacting the adjacent property owner. And the rest is a decision I think we've been fairly consistent about as we try to allow applicants to deal with these very narrow sites with resourceful solutions. So I don't have any fear other than the one I had expressed the first night, which was about the parking and the maneuvering. So I don't have anything else to know.
Mr. Moore, do you have any questions?
I don't. My comments are the same with Joe Fleischer's. You know, it looks like they're doing considerably better with 2 parking, and everything looks significantly fine to me.
Okay. Mr. Simon, do you have any questions?
No, no questions.
Mr. Church, do you have any questions?
No questions. Thank you.
Ms. Harris, do you have any questions?
No.
Okay. And Mr. Caulfield, do you have any questions?
No, not at this time. Thank you.
Okay, and I don't have any questions. Are there any members of the public who either have questions or statements or anything you want to say about this application? Now is the time to give testimony, ask questions, anything. Okay.
Okay, so all participants on the public lines, we're going to be unmuting all lines for the public. If you do have any questions or comments on this application, just give a shout and let us know, and we'll connect and bring you into the meeting. Okay, so at this time, we're going to unmute all public participants. If anyone has any comments, please let me know.
Seeing and hearing any, Mr. Cedra, Mr. Thomas, do you have anything further you want to add before we discuss and vote on the application?
No, I'm good.
Okay, we'll start discussion with Mr. Moore.
I'm in favor of the application. I don't, I don't see it as a detriment to the area in which it resides, or it providing a hardship to any of the neighbors. So I'm for it.
Okay. Mr. Simon, do you?
I'm in favor.
Okay. Mr. Church?
Yep.
Okay,
Mr. Church,
am I muted?
Now you're
I
not.
just unmuted you. Go ahead.
Oh,
Oh, he muted himself.
Okay,
Mr. Church,
am
now
I ready to go? Okay.
you're good to go.
Okay, I believe this is as Mr. Fleischer mentioned, a lot of these places are narrow and it's hard to accommodate changes. And I think this application came back with a reasonable change. So I would be in favor of it because of the difficulty it is trying to accommodate parking in such narrow lots. So I'd be in favor of it.
okay. Ms. Harris?
I'm not sure that I can vote on this application. I wasn't here for the first part.
Okay, yeah. Okay, Mr. Caulfield?
I'm in favor of this application. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Fleischer?
I'm in favor of the application. I would like to see a condition that basically states that the applicant shall not be entitled to park more than 2 cars on the property. Just for the record, I mean, it's obviously an enforcement issue that we're just not able to really do day in and day out, but I think it ought to be stated as an absolute condition that they not add a 3rd space. So otherwise, I'm in favor of this application.
Okay. I'm also in favor of the application. I think the property's in a 2-family zone. Most of the other houses on the block are 2-family houses on similar size lots. So I don't think this is going to be a substantial detriment to the zone plan or to the public good. I think the applicant reducing the number of parking spaces, even though it requires a variance from 3 to 2, is a positive contribution. I think the only condition is that no more than 2 parking spaces be created on the property as indicated. I also think with the shared driveway, they're making the best of the narrow lot. Would someone like to make a motion?
Move approval of the application with the condition as stated.
I second.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
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 Ms. Harris, anyone opposed? And Ms. Harris is abstaining.
That's right.
Okay. Thank you.
The next application is that of Anthony Montalto for property at 4 Waterbury Road. This is an application for variance to install a freestanding wall on the property. The property is in the R1 one-family zone. Property is designated on the township tax maps as Lot 30 and Block 3,410. A variance is requested from Montclair Code Section 347-27A2 to permit a wall on a corner lot that exceeds 4.5 feet when built between this side street line and the setback of the principal building. Are taxes paid, and is the notice in order?
Yes. And Mr. Montalto is here this evening.
Mr. Montalto, would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
I do.
State your name and address, please.
Anthony Montalto, 4 Waterbury Road, Montclair, New Jersey.
Okay, do you want to explain what you're proposing and why?
Sure. So thanks for having me tonight. I live at 4 Waterbury Road, as mentioned before. My wife is Katie, and I have 2 children, ages 6 and 4. I'm a licensed mechanical engineer, just for the record. My profession involves real estate and construction of buildings, and I have experience with regulatory compliance and zoning regulations. So I'm here today really to talk about this variance. And really, my opinion that this variance by the true letter of the code. However, I believe our home is an atypical situation. The rendering in front of you is a proposed stone wall along Watchung Avenue. I'm going to revisit the details in a little bit, but first I wanted to go through some details of the property. I should also note that we have adjusted the wall details of this rendering after the discussion with Montclair Historic Preservation Committee. The comments we received from the committee a few weeks back is that we should utilize natural stone from a local quarry in New Jersey and keep the height of the wall at the top, a level at the top along Watchung Avenue. This rendering was updated from the original submission, so you may have something different in front of you. And what you see here is a reflection of those comments received by the Historic Committee.
So we'll need to mark this as an exhibit.
Yeah, let's, Mr. Montalto, because that's different than what you initially submitted, we're going to mark that as Exhibit A1.
And this is a presentation, Mr. Sullivan. So there's, what, 19 slides here, Mr. Montalto? I believe.
Correct.
Okay, so we'll just collectively mark them as A1.
So we're on to the next slide, whenever you have a chance, Graham. Shall I continue? The location of the house is on the corner of Waterbury and Watchung Avenue. The front of the house on Waterbury and the side lot on Watchung Avenue. As you can see, the location is close by Watchung Plaza and heavily trafficked with cars and pedestrians during the entire week, including Sundays, with the Montclair Community Church across the street. In addition, the traffic on Watchung Avenue has increased with the newly constructed residential complex on Park Street, with several new residents in a multi-story complex. Next slide. This image is of the current situation of what the home looks like right now as you see it. This is a picture taken from the southern side of Watchung Avenue with Waterbury on the right and Watchung Plaza to the left. There is currently an old beat-up translucent fence that was installed prior to the purchase of my home. Next slide. This is a photo taken from an adjacent neighbor to the west of my property. This picture is taken looking at the northeast portion of my house. One thing to note is that the existing wood fence on the western side of the property is in excess of 4.5 feet. Next slide. We're going to zoom in here just a little bit more. Same perspective looking northeast on the property and focusing in on the gates as you enter into 4 Waterbury Road from Watchung Avenue. Next slide. And then here are pictures from my backyard looking into the southeast toward Watchung Avenue. The main thing I want to point out here is that my home contains a backyard with side lot access to a major street. You can see in this picture also the deterioration of the fence. It's in need of replacement at this point. Slide, next slide. This image is looking to the south and is the gate heading toward Watchung Avenue. You get a better perspective of the translucent components of the existing fence. And really 2 major issues that I would like to focus on, the reasons why I'm proposing this variance to be approved. First one, direct access to Watchung Avenue. With my children so young, 6 and 4 years old, I worry all the time about leaving them in the backyard with this flimsy gate and very little security. Also, this translucent fence provides direct line of sight from the main street of Watchung Avenue for a perpetrator to survey the backyard for hours on end. I also worry about how quickly someone can access a major state highway with the Garden State Parkway a few miles down the road. Second reason, the noise generation from Watchung Avenue is very obtrusive. As I have mentioned, it is a very heavily trafficked road no matter what time of day or time of week. Next slide. I recently took some acoustical readings on a Sunday afternoon, which is really the lowest amount of car traffic in the neighborhood. And you can see the acoustical device was reading upwards of 65 dBA, which is very large for a backyard. So just take note of that image over here on the left-hand side. Next slide. Now back to the rendering of the proposed stone wall. So a request for variance is to provide a freestanding stone and masonry wall on 2 sides of the 4 Waterbury Road lot, exceeding 4.5 foot in height. This property contains an atypical situation with a slope toward Watchung Avenue and a side lot on a major traffic county road that I think is indicative of the intent of the zoning law. However, a variance will be required in order to comply with zoning law. The proposal really is for a approximately 6-foot high wall, which varies depending on the location on the property, and all heights do not exceed 7 feet. The proposal today really is for an elegant wall, which provides privacy, security, and a drastic reduction in noise while maintaining the beauty and charm of Montclair. The selection of the wall material is very intentional to provide an organic feel from the street view, as you can see from the ivy growing on the side of the stone wall. Next slide. The stone wall will contain natural ivy. We're going to be looking to use Virginia creeper or woodbine. It is native to North America in this area. The stone selection is an organic component that will complement blending in with the natural landscape. I should also note that a neutral stone color was requested by the Montclair Historic Preservation Committee. The previous rendering had a more yellow color to the stone. So the stone you see on this picture reflects that request. The stone will be obtained from New Jersey's largest natural stone yard. And lastly, we plan to provide an opaque wood door for the entrance to Watchung Avenue and also the front yard. The wood selection will be a local wood to blend with the landscape. Next slide. Here's a plan view of the wall as proposed by Bruce Rigg Associates, a licensed civil engineer in New Jersey. Next slide, I have a blow up. And you can better see the top of wall dimensions, and it's indicated as TW along this new proposed wall. Just to orient yourself, the top side of the page is planned north, to the right is east, and to the left is west. The proposed wall would provide a U-shaped enclosure to the backyard. There are 2 gates, one to Watchung Avenue and one to the north side of the property. The one section of the wall toward the east of the property is in compliance with zoning regulations as of right. And there are some sections of the wall that are also below 4.5 feet. The portion of the U-shaped wall enclosure on the northeast side. And you can see that the eastern portion and the southern portion of the wall maintain the same top wall elevation of 300 feet. The western portion of the wall does have 2 steps, and this is just due to a drastic grade change. The one important item to mention here is that from the edge of the house to the proposed wall is approximately 2 feet in grade change down toward Watchung Avenue. This is an important feature to note here of why a taller wall is needed. If a 4.5-foot high wall as of right was provided at the Watchung Avenue, it would not provide much privacy or noise mitigation. The line of sight to the cars would be seen closer toward the house. Next slide. So this plan is just highlighting the portion of the wall that requires the variance in green highlight here. And you can see the zoning requirement here is section 347, of which we're talking about today. And then next slide. And just to note, this green section of the wall, that little leg towards the north, towards the east side of the house, that's actually in compliance with zoning regulation at this point. Next slide. So next, I just want to share some comparable examples throughout Montclair that I've noticed. Of course, there are many others that show opaque walls, fences, or structures greater than 4.5 feet tall. This first one is on the corner of Park Avenue and Wildwood. Next slide is Valley Road, which is just south of Edgemont Park. It's on the corner lot. Next slide. This is Grove Street, which is greater than 4.5 feet tall. And then the last slide on this comparables is on Inwood Avenue, which is greater than 6 feet tall. And then my last slide, please. So in conclusion, this side corner lot is an atypical condition when it comes to privacy. Not to mention the issue is exacerbated when we have a 2-foot grade change from the house down toward the edge of the property. Noise, privacy, and safety for my children are the main reasons why we are requesting this variance. We have considered the as of right 4.5-foot tall wall, but we do not feel this size goes along with historical charm of our neighborhood already has. The reason why is because the top elevation of the shorter wall would change numerous times along the length of the wall and would not provide the same symmetry that we are proposing with this rendering. In my personal opinion, a 4.5-foot wall with varying top of wall elevations to accommodate the slope changes is poor architecture, but that is truly what is allowed as of right. The existing fence, as I mentioned, is beat up and is an eyesore from the street, so it needs to be replaced anyway, so action needs to be taken. And at the end of the day, my wife and I are very sensitive to maintaining the beauty and elegance of Montclair Township. We have renovated our house over time and worked diligently with maintaining the charm of Montclair for our neighbors and this wonderful community. We don't see this wall as a wall, but an architectural element that we can share with this community that provides an organic visual appeal to all folks that pass by it. We hope you appreciate this presentation, and we are happy to discuss any questions. But before that, I'll just make one last note. We spoke to several neighbors, and they are in support of this wall. A few of them are here today to speak in positive affirmation of their approval of this wall.
We'll start questions with Mr. Fleischer.
Let me ask, I'm first going to address your security issue. If you're concerned about the gate on Watchung Avenue, there is nothing that you need to do to maintain a gate there. You could have the fence continuous across there. The fact that the path has historically existed or existed when you bought the house doesn't mean you need to have it. The references to this being a side yard, I understand functionally it's a side yard, but I'm concerned because it is a front yard. And we have a lot of heavily trafficked streets in Montclair, along Watchung Avenue for one, obviously, along Lorraine, along Park Street, along Grove Street, along Valley Road. All of them are heavily trafficked. For us to start approving 6-foot-high solid walls on the sidewalk, I think is totally atypical. The few that you referenced are the exception, they're not the rule. And these are people who also live on streets. So I need more of an explanation than the fact that you'd like to have a 6-foot-high solid stone wall along the sidewalk, and I forget the exact length of it, which I drove by the house probably 3 or 4 or 5 times today. And there are certainly no other walls like this anywhere else on Montclair on Watchung Avenue. Whether you go down to Montclair Avenue, whether you go down to Christopher Street, it doesn't exist on the other side of Watchung Avenue. This would be the anomaly. This would be the different one. This is not a pattern. We fought very hard not to allow high walls on streets. So I'm trying to understand why this is different than all the other corner lots, both on Watchung Avenue and, as I say, on Grove Street and Valley and Park and so many of the other heavily trafficked streets in town, that this variance should be granted. I personally think it's a mistake. I don't agree with the Historic Commission. I'd rather see a 4-foot-high step wall than a 6-foot-high solid wall for that extended length. So I have a lot of problems with this application. I think there are ways of having privacy. You have that grove of arborvitae. You can do that. It's done on a number of properties where they have thick hedges and other things at the lower level to provide that privacy. But to start building solid wood or stone walls along our streets, I think would be a very big mistake, especially an entry street into the township. I think that would send all the wrong messages about how we do it. And this yard is in fact a front yard. And even the portion that turns north to get to your house, if it's over the 4 foot, 4'6", whatever it is, it's a violation. It's not as of right, and neither is the one on the west wall forward of your house on there. So I think this would be a big mistake for us to create a precedent for doing this. And I'd like to hear a whole lot more as to what makes your site more unique than virtually any other site on Watchung Avenue and all the other sites on Grove and Park, Grove being far more heavily trafficked than Watchung is. I don't understand it, other than, so I could essentially close this off and make this part of your backyard, when it is not a backyard, and it's one of the issues that comes with a corner lot. So I'd like to get a response, but I have some real problems with this, and unless there's a really good response, I don't see how I could possibly vote in favor of it. So that's why I'm talking about it.
So in response to that, Mr. Fleischer, when you travel down Watchung Avenue, you typically see homes with the backyards behind the house, correct? Not facing and directly into Watchung Avenue for the majority of them, correct?
That is not, the answer is that is not correct. A lot of them have the front yards on Watchung Avenue.
No, I said the majority.
That's their front, but my point is, nonetheless, every corner property, or a large number of corner properties anywhere in this township, could make the same argument that they want to treat the front yard side of a corner lot that isn't where their door is, as if it were a backyard or a side yard. And that would, in my opinion, have a significant negative impact on this lot. So I don't think this is, I think this is unique. Most people have not done it, including people who've lived in this township for many, 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 many years. They've managed to figure out that they bought a corner lot, they knew the street they were buying it on, and that's the price they pay for that decision. And after that, use bushes, trees, or other things. But to me, it's a serious problem to have a wall of this height for that length at that corner. I would find it offensive if I was walking on the street.
So there, I showed some comparables. The one on Valley Road, I think, is probably very indicative of having your backyard facing a very prominent road. Valley Road is, very similar to Watchung Avenue. That was approved by this township to install above 4.5 feet tall. So I take exception to the fact that there have been some precedents on this town for corner lots like this that have been approved.
I've been on this board a long time. I've not seen an application on this site that allowed for a 6-foot fence, if that's what it is. And I've been on the board for over 25 years, and I've not seen one like that. And generally what people have done is they have had heavy planting along the side to give them the privacy, but they haven't built walls above the 4.5 foot.
So that's what I'm trying to do with the wall itself. The wall is providing the sound dampening, and that's why I wanted to put a solid wall to actually give the sound dampening. To soften the regards of the wall, that's why I'm putting ivy along it to give that kind of landscape feel to it when you look at it when you're passing by. And the historic committee was actually in favor of the idea of ivy being along that wall.
I do understand it. I understand the role they play in the town. And I think I understand the role we play in the town. And I think they're very different roles. And I certainly take their thoughts into consideration, but I think here it would be a mistake. But I'd like to let other members of the board talk about the situation as well.
Okay, Mr. Moore, do you have any questions?
I noticed that on the in your existing picture that you currently have some trees on the inside or exterior of your current fence. So the trees that would be taken out, would they be replaced like or in kind, or every tree that's pulled out, would they be put back? Have you thought about that?
Yes, Mr. Moore, good question. So we are not affecting any trees. We are affecting shrubberies along the Watchung Avenue. Our intention is to replant similar shrubberies in that location and not affect any of the trees where the wall is going.
If we made that a condition, would you be fine with that? That any shrubbery or vegetation that's removed, that it would be put back?
No exception to that whatsoever.
Okay, Mr. Simon, do you have any questions?
Yes, Graham, can you go to slide 4? How does the wall terminate on this side? I know in the front side it touches the house, but this back wall, where does it end?
The second tree on the left, it will end approximately over there, and it will just fall into the rest of the wood fence from there.
So you're going to keep the wood fence that's past the second tree, and the wall's going to meet the fence?
Yeah, for the time being, unfortunately, and then we'll eventually repair that.
Why not continue it all the way at this time?
We could investigate that. I thought it was a lot of stone, but if that is something you'd like to look at, we can look at that.
What's the distance from that tree to, what would it meet? Is that the shed back there?
Yeah,
would
if you go to the plan view, Graham, the site plan, I think it's slide. Yeah. So essentially that wall you see there on the bottom left-hand corner, that almost goes to where the edge of the house is. It's close over there. You then have to travel probably another several, call it 100 feet or so to get to the shed on the other side.
Okay, so
Just to note, it's probably less than 100 feet. This whole side property line is 98 feet in length.
Oh, thank
So
you.
it's probably less than 100 feet.
all right, so you're basically just gonna beat the existing wood fence. And that fence height, what's the current height of that wood fence?
That wood fence actually is around 6 feet in some conditions. Sometimes it's a little bit higher.
And what condition is it in?
It's deteriorating. You know, pieces have to be replaced every once in a while. It's easily 10 years old, if not more than that at this point.
Okay, and how long have you been in this house?
Since 2013.
About 7 years. Has there ever been any accidents on that corner that entered your property? The reason I'm asking is that it's a design question, but I'm not particularly fond of that low height that meets the corner. What is that, about 3 foot tall? And I'm just curious if that was done to as a result of an accident or something else that entered your property.
No, it's an architectural feature. It was put there. It's 30 inches high right now as proposed.
Okay. No other questions.
Mr. Church, do you have any questions?
Time. No,
Okay. Ms. Harris, do you have any questions?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Caulfield, do you have any questions?
Yeah, I have two. On the westerly side of the property, there are some legacy trees there. How deep is the wall going below the grade there? Like, how you're gonna go? You're gonna dig down to put the wall in, but there's some legacy trees there. What's the story of them?
We have not worked through the details with the civil engineer and the structural engineer yet on that.
I don't know if that. Yeah, I'm not sure if they would know that answer there. I don't see the need. I mean, I don't see the need for this, unfortunately. And I walk those streets a lot, and I don't see a wall in that formation there. So I don't see the need for this. But I mean, that's just my thought right now. Thank you.
Okay, I guess I want to follow up on both what Mr. Caulfield just said and what Mr. Fleischer. I'm struggling in terms of why the property is different. I mean, there are literally hundreds of houses in town that front on major roads. Some of them are corner lots, some are not. But in terms of the noise, you live with your house running on Grove Street. If you want to cut down the noise, why can't they come in with the same logic? There are other corner lots where the front of the house fronts on the side street and the side, and why don't they come in with the same logic? I'm just not sure how, in your view, if we grant this variance, how do we say no to every other house that borders on a major road in town, that some of which are more heavily traveled than Watchung is?
Yeah, to respond to that, Mr. Harrison, I would say that there's two components. One, of course, you don't agree with, which is the fact that the backyard is adjacent to, main access road. The second piece, which I mentioned earlier, is the grade change. When we're talking about line of sight to sidewalks and to streets and seeing a 2-foot grade change from the edge of the house down towards the property, I might as well be looking down on the top of the wall when I'm closer to my house. It's not going to provide any kind of real kind of privacy in that regard. And I think that's the key why, that's the second key why I think it's an atypical situation.
Well, but I mean, I live not all that far away from here off of Grove Street, and the houses on Grove Street, both, there's a slope, and the houses on the west side of Grove Street all slope down to Grove, and the houses on the east side of Grove Street slope away from Grove and have, you know, the potential for similar arguments in terms of there's a grade change on my property. And I'm, you know, and slopes in town are fairly common. I grew up living on a county road on a house that had a slope, and the neighboring houses obviously all did, and none of which had retaining wall, you know, walls in their front yard to deal with the slope. And I'm struggling to understand, you know, I mean, by Montclair standards, your lot is fairly flat. I mean, you know, yes, there is a slope, but it's not a dramatic slope. So I'm struggling as to what makes your property, you know, what is the hardship associated with your property that's different from that would apply to any other lot on a major road with a slope, which again, there are hundreds of in town.
Yeah, I guess the easier thing I could have done was just add infill into the backyard and make it all one big level and then put 4.5 feet on top of that. I was trying to stay with the landscape at this point.
I think the response to that is, I mean, if you had come in with a wall that was basically 4.5 feet and had some deviation requiring a variance to maintain a uniform height, might have been something that I at least would have given some greater thought to, versus coming in with, we're starting off with a 6-foot wall and using that as the starting point. Okay, are there any other questions from members of the board? Okay, I don't know, Mr. Do you want to have your neighbors speak in favor first, and then we'll see if there are any other members of the public, or?
That would be great, actually.
Okay, why don't we do that?
Okay, so anyone interested in speaking in favor of the application, we're going to unmute all lines for all public participants. So just speak up, and we'll be sure to bring you into the meeting. So I'm going to unmute all lines at this time. Speak up if you'd like to make your comment.
I would like to speak. Nancy Pisanier.
So I'll give your name and address, and we're going to have to swear you in.
Nancy Arnie Pisanier. Hyphen S-U-N-Y-E-R.
They are not ready yet, Bruce. They are not ready yet.
Okay. Well, Nancy, what are the first 5 digits of your phone number? The first 6 digits of your phone number?
973-303.
303. Okay, I'm gonna just unmute your line. So just give me 1 second.
Okay. Technology is great when.
Okay, so okay, Nancy, can you hear us?
I can.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, would you raise your right
Okay.
hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
I do.
Now you gave us your name. I didn't hear your address. Could you just provide that again, please?
149 Watchung Avenue.
Thank you.
So I live directly across Watchung Avenue from Anthony and Katie, and my family has lived in this house for 100 years come April. So I have a long history of knowing this property. The existing fence that is there, I believe, at the end where the gate is already like 6 feet tall anyhow. So the overall scenario is not going to be that different from what exists now. What members of the board need to understand is that Anthony and Katie's house does not front on Watchung Avenue. So this would not be a 6-foot wall in the front yard of somebody. This yard protects their backyard where their children, their side yard and backyard where their children play. The noise level, I can tell you, there's a great deal of noise going both ways, both coming from their property and coming onto their property. So I certainly understand why Katie and Anthony would like to have a little bit of a buffer from that. Anthony has been very thoughtful regarding the materials as well as the design of this wall. And as the person who is going to be looking at this wall more than anybody else in the entire town, I am very pleased with the design that they have come up with. The natural stone and using Virginia creeper to soften the lines and to be make it part of an ecological community that this whole neighborhood is starting to develop. We're all working at becoming a more natural, foresty, getting back to nature here. But when I first saw the design, I wasn't sure about it. But after talking to Anthony and seeing the changes that have been made with the recommendations from the Historical Commission, I am totally in favor of his design and how it's going to work. And I think it will be an addition to the neighborhood rather than a detraction. And people need to understand that the front yard of the Montalto home is on Waterbury Road. And it is very clearly a front yard. There are huge pillars and columns on this historic house. So they've done a great job of maintaining their home and making appropriate renovations to it. And I am totally in favor of supporting their proposal for the natural stone wall of 4 feet and then moving up to 6 feet. I think it will be a pleasant addition to the neighborhood that will remove the constantly deteriorating fence. So that's what I have to say about it. And I hope that the board will consider the views of somebody who's going to be looking at this wall 365 days a year for the rest of my life. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Are there other members of the public who have something to say about the application?
Okay, so all public participants, I'm going to be unmuting the lines again. If you would like to speak up, just give a shout. And if you're joining us by phone, please provide the first 6 digits of your phone number. I'm going to unmute all lines at this time. Speaking out in support of the application?
Yes.
Phone or name?
73.
Houses right down there.
What's your name, sir? Or the phone, if you're joining us by phone, what are the first 6 digits?
973-655, but the first. All right, sorry, what's the number?
Jim Durant.
615. Let's see it. Okay, sir, can you hear us? Hello? Okay, we'll try this again. You'd like to make a report?
I'd like to say something in favor.
What is your name?
Issa Azam.
Azam. I see your name. Yep, I see you. Hang on one second.
Sure.
Graham, let me know when you're ready.
Yep. Okay, Ms. Asam, you should be unmuted and available for the board now.
Great.
Okay, would you, Ms. Asam, would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
I do.
State your name and address, please.
Melissa Asam, 152 Watchung Avenue. I'm actually the corner across from them, so Watchung and Waterbury. So similar property in a way. I'm in favor. I think that both Anthony and Katie have already done so many great things to improve the home, and this is just another addition to that. Our yard is actually behind, so much different being a corner house, and I see the safety issue with their house. My child plays with their children, so I'm obviously all for it. It's kind of hard to follow up after Nancy because everything she said was so right on, and I just wanted to say my husband and I are also in favor of this beautiful stone wall. With ivy and the natural organic elements of this beautiful design.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other members of the public who have testimony or questions about the application?
So all public participants, I'll once again unmute all lines. If you'd like to speak up, please say your name or the phone number that you're joining us with.
Hello, I'm Karen Henderson.
Hi, Ms. Henderson. Are you joining us by phone?
Computer.
Oh, computer. Oh, I see you. Yes, here you are. Hang on one second. Okay. Okay, Ms. Henderson, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear
Okay.
me?
Ms. Henderson, would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
Yes, I do.
State your name and address, please.
Karen Henderson, 6 Waterbury Road, Montclair, New Jersey, 07043.
Okay, you can proceed.
Okay, so we are the next door neighbors of the Montaltos. We are the house you can see in this image just a little bit beyond, and we have been here for 23 years. We are like fully committed to the architecture and landscape of this town, but we are also aware of the proximity to Watchung Plaza and the community church and the noise levels here, and in particular the fact that the Montaltos backyard and side yard abuts Watchung Avenue. This family has done a great job of keeping their home within the standards of Montclair. They have upgraded, but like kept the charm. And in addition to building a wall that will aesthetically vibe with the township, the fact that they have kept the lower wall for their front yard intact, so it's really just their side yard and backyard that's protected, makes a lot of sense to us. And also, you know, Watchung Avenue is a very loud street, and you know, we've been here a long time and we have not taken big issue with it, but we're not on the corner street, we're not on the corner lot, and I think that the wall that they are going to put up will actually benefit those of us on this side of the street who you know, who grapple with the sound issues. And you know, yes, we signed up for it, and yes, it's great, but it would be really nice to have that buffer. And I think that the design that they have come up with feels really right for our part of Waterbury and Watchung. So we are fully in favor.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other members of the public who have testimony or questions concerning the application?
Okay, so once again, members of the public, I'll be unmuting all lines. If you would like to make any comments, please speak up with your name, or if you're joining us by phone, give me your phone number digits, the first 6 digits. So I'll be unmuting all lines at this time. Please speak up if you'd like to provide some comments. Lines are open for any members of the public who would like to provide comment. Provide your name, please. Last call for any public comment to be provided. Just provide your name or telephone number and we'll bring you into the meeting to provide that comment. And Mr. Chair, I'm not hearing any other public comment requests.
You want to mute everyone, so.
Yes.
We can hear. Okay, Mr. Montalto, do you have anything further you wish to add before we discuss and vote on the application? This is your last chance to say whatever you want in support of the application.
Sure, thank you, Mr. Harrison. I would just say, I think I was very intentional with the design of this, trying to keep some sort of symmetry to the wall. I mentioned this earlier, but this 4.5-foot wall is as of right. I could absolutely have this thing stepped all along Watchung and then back towards my house. I actually think it's going to look worse, in my opinion. I would also try to keep the back fence that's 6 feet tall, just because I'm trying to really maintain that privacy. So I just think the as of right condition is actually going to be worse from an architectural look. I know you're worried about creating precedents, but as I stated before, there are other conditions in this town that have been approved. I think that I'm keeping with the elegance with this design. I think it's very intentional how I'm trying to keep it naturalistic, an organic feel to it. And I don't want to have it look kind of half-baked, which is as of right, in my opinion. So I really would appreciate your further consideration for this approval.
Okay, we'll start discussion with Mr. Simon.
I understand the desire, and I actually like the look and feel of the design compared to the house. But I am concerned about the precedent that it sets. There are areas, Montclair is a very walkable town. And when you start walking next to a 6-foot wall all the time, it becomes, you start to feel like it's not a good feeling for me. And I know how I feel when I'm walking from the bus stop or the train stop and there's, this 6-foot wall next to me. So I think you can accomplish most of what you want, just keep the height where it's, within spec. I would not be in favor of this application.
Okay. Mr. Church.
Hang on, Mr. Church. Go ahead, Mr. Church.
Okay. Aesthetically, the wall is extremely attractive. It adds a lot to the property, Mr. Montalto's property. But I am also of the opinion that a wall this high that fronts a house on a major street opens the door, as was mentioned, to other properties coming before us and saying, okay, you've done it here like Ms. Montalto just did on the Valley Road property. You said you allowed a 6-foot high fence across Valley Road, then why can't I have it? I think it's just too high, okay? It's got to come down, in my estimation. I think the design is perfect. I think it adds to the property, but at 6 feet and the way it's 6 feet high, I would have to vote against this application.
Okay, Ms. Harris.
I also understand the need for privacy and noise mitigation at this location. Right across the street, I'm not sure if it's the church or your neighbor, but it looks like they accomplished a lot of that using landscaping, and I think that is a possibility here. I personally think the stone is overwhelming and actually not really in keeping with the architecture of the home. But that's just my personal opinion. But I think there's other ways that you could accomplish what you set out to do without having a 6-foot stone wall on Watchung Avenue.
Mr. Caulfield.
I'm not in favor, unfortunately. I'm sorry. I think landscaping and going in that direction is a better fit for the town and hopefully yourself as well. That's what I see in this location. Sorry. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Fleischer.
I'm also not in favor of the application. I think the precedent that would be set would, I think, be horrendous for the entire township. There are just too many situations where corner lots have this problem, and in all the ones we've dealt with, including subdivisions and other things, they've done it with the landscaping. dense hedges and other things to provide the privacy and everything else. Some cases they buried a fence within the hedges, but basically it's been done with natural growths and landscaping. I think this would be a mistake and I would not be in favor of it.
Mr. Moore?
I'm actually in favor of the application. I think that it's, when I look at it from a standpoint of safety and noise, I think that there was some considerable thought in terms of design that would be an asset or be aesthetically pleasing. I do recognize that a fence like this can often make people feel left out, and Montclair is a town where it's very communal. But I also think that all of those other properties would have to come in front of us, and it's not the case that we would say yes to all. So I'm in favor of this application. I think that one of the hardships on your end is probably something like safety, in terms of having an old fence. And I think that it would add value on the street in which it resides.
I am also not in favor of the application. I think the wall looks very attractive, but I think it would set an unfortunate precedent. In order for us to approve a variance like this, the law requires us to find that there's an exceptional situation uniquely affecting the specific piece of property, where there would be peculiar and exceptional practical difficulties and exceptional and undue hardship to comply with the ordinance. And I don't think there's any way we could make those findings as it relates to this property. There are numerous corner lots in this town on major streets where all the arguments that have been posed have, would apply to those lots as well. I think, having 6-foot-high walls along even corner lots, and a lot of the arguments would apply even to interior lots that front on major roads, would create a singularly undesirable community, look like we're a walled community. And I don't have a way of distinguishing this application from any other property that would come in. Several years ago, we had an application on the corner of Watchung and Upper Mountain where they wanted an overheight, in that case a fence, where they presented many of the same arguments, and they had in fact already ordered the overheight fence, and we did not approve that application. As my colleagues have indicated, I think there are other ways you can accomplish the exact same thing. My neighbors planted a row of arborvitaes along, and actually technically it was in their rear yard, and they could have done a fence that higher, but they, and quite honestly, that provides a better screen than a fence or a wall would have there. And so I think there are ways the same objectives could be accomplished. So does someone want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to deny the application.
Is there a second?
Second.
Hey, Graham, you want to call the roll?
Sure, certainly I'll call the roll, Mr. Chair. Just give me 1 second so I can my sheet ready. Okay, Mr. Caulfield?
No.
Wait.
A no is to approve it. A yes is to deny it.
So, let's just go back. The motion is to deny the application. A yes vote is to deny. A no vote is against the denial motion.
Yes. Yes.
So, Ms. Harris?
Yes.
Mr. Simon?
Yes.
Mr. Moore?
No.
Mr. Church? Hang on, Mr. Church, let me unmute you. Go ahead, Mr. Church.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Fleischer?
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
All right, the application is denied.
Thank you for your time.
The next application is that of Dakota Plofker for property at 37 North Willow Street. This is an application for approval to convert an existing single-family dwelling to a two-family dwelling, to convert an existing accessory structure to a one-family dwelling, to construct a new detached garage on the property. The property is located in the R2 two-family zone, is designated on the township tax maps as block 208, lot 10. The applicant has applied for the following variances: a variance pursuant to NJSA 40:70D1 to permit 3 dwelling units on the property, whereas Montclair Code Section 347-47 provides that only 1 and 2 family dwellings are permitted in the R2 zone. Variance from Montclair Code Section 347-20 to permit 2 principal buildings on the property, whereas the ordinance provides that only 1 principal building is permitted on a lot. 3, to permit 2. Okay. A variance from Montclair Code Section 347-51 to permit a side yard setback to 4 feet and 1.5 feet for the converted accessory structure, whereas a minimum side yard setback of 6 feet is required. A variance from Montclair Code Section 347-51 to permit a rear yard setback of 26 feet for the converted accessory building, whereas minimum rear yard setback of 50.7 is required. Are taxes paid? Is notice in order?
Yes.
Okay, Mr.
Tremblay.
Appearance and proceed.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, members of the board. Alan Trembulac, appearing on behalf of the applicant Dakota Plofker. This application involves property located at 37 North Willow Street, which is located in the R2 zone. Property is on the east side of North Willow between Glenridge Avenue and Claremont Avenue. The application seeks a D variance to permit a 3-family use in a 2-family zone. It's also a related D variance to permit 2 principal structures on the same lot. And there's several C variances, I believe all of which are essentially existing conditions. That's the relief we're seeking. Now, the property we're discussing is a fairly unusual lot in this neighborhood. First of all, it's the largest residential property on the block. It's almost, I believe, a little over 14,000 square feet. It's also one of the widest lots on the block. I think there may be one lot that's wider than this. It's only 57 feet, but on this block, that's wide in comparison to other lots. Thirdly, the lot has a rather irregular shape. It's what appears to be like an upside down L shape. And then lastly, and I think most importantly, what renders this particular property unusual is that there's a second large structure to the rear of the property, which
I can't hear Mr. Trembulac, so I don't know whether it's interference or something.
Can everyone else hear me?
I can't hear him either.
Yeah, I don't know, Mr. Trebek, it's a little quiet. I don't know if you can get a little closer to your computer screen there.
Sorry about that. Can you hear me now? Is it better? Let me just make sure.
It's just very quiet.
Let me try this. Is this any better?
Yeah, the headset I think is much better.
Much better.
All right. Sorry about that. I mean, if I could just go back, not necessarily to the beginning, but as I was saying, I was trying to explain to the board, because it's important to the application, I believe, in that it's a rather unusual property in this neighborhood for several reasons. First of all, the size of the lot, it's the largest lot on the block, for over 14,000 square feet. It's one of the widest lots on the street. It's 57 feet wide, which is not very wide, but by comparison in this neighborhood, I believe it's the second widest lot on the block. It also has, as you can see from the drawing that's on the screen, it's a rather unusual shape in that it's an L-shaped lot, an upside down L, if you would. And then the most important, I think, unusual feature to this lot is that it contains in the rear, there's an existing one-family house in the front, but there's also a large structure to the rear, which we've characterized as a barn. It kind of looks like a house, and it's an A-frame building. It's rather large. It's been there for quite a few years, and it's been used for many years, as far as we can tell, as a contractor's garage. I think most recently, for many years, it was used by Lombardi Paving, and there's also adjacent to that building in the rear is a fenced-in area, like a construction yard or a contractor's yard, if you will. As will be explained during the application, what we're seeking approval for is to convert the one-family house in the front to a two-family, consistent with the zoning. But then we'd also like to convert the barn structure to a third dwelling unit, and leave it in its current location. The only thing that would change in terms of new construction would be the addition of a garage to the rear. So that's what the application involves. I think I'd like to call my first witness, if I may, which is Dakota Plofker.
Okay, proceed.
Mr. Plofker, would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
I do.
Okay. State your name and address, please.
Dakota Plofker, 16 Irwin Park Road, Montclair, New Jersey.
Cody, are you the owner of the property at 37 North Willow Street?
Yes, I am, alongside my fiance Pyle, who's with me.
Okay, anticipated.
Mr. Trebulak, just a point of clarification. The application is in the name of Dakota Plofker. Is Cody Plofker the same, one and the same?
Yes, yes. I'm sorry. I know him as Cody.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. When did you and your fiance purchase the property?
We purchased that in the summer, so I believe that was in July.
Okay. Can you provide a little bit of background as to how you came to be interested in the property and ultimately acquire the property?
Yeah, so I'm from Montclair, and my fiance and I have recently opened up a business in town, a local healthcare physical therapy business. And when we moved back to Montclair, we was looking for a place to live, hopefully something that we could also have some tenants to get some rental income. And I became aware of this property through an employee of my father's who was familiar with the Lombardis, and had heard that they were, looking to sell and potentially, retire. So we were kind of made aware of it and began talking to them, and ultimately acquired the property from them this past summer.
Okay. And can you explain to the board, obviously our next witness, Mr. Sionis, will provide more details, but just give the board a general overview of what it is you would like to do with the property. What is it we're seeking approval for this evening?
Of course. So a few things we'd like to do, but we would like to be able to turn that. So it's in a two-family zone right now. There's a one unit in kind of the front main house. We would like to add an additional unit into there. So have an additional unit on the first floor would be 1 unit, a 1-bedroom, and then have a 3-bedroom on the 2nd and 3rd floor right there. And then in addition, we would like to be able to live in what we're calling the barn, which is that large garage in the rear. We would just like to be able to live there, really want to live in Montclair. The business that we own is pretty much just around the corner, so it's a great location for us. And, being able to have the space there and, almost have our own yard, but then also be able to have, the help of some rental income would make it wonderful for us, and then be able to actually, provide the housing to some tenants as well.
Okay, so you would intend to live in the converted barn structure and rent out the 2 dwelling units in the converted building in the front?
Yeah.
The intention? Okay.
Yes.
Are you proposing to expand the building in the front at all, or simply convert the existing building from a 1-family to 2-family?
Simply convert the existing building from a 1-family to 2-family, and then similar to the barn in the back, no expansion, just simply looking to convert that into a residence.
Okay. Did you contact any of the neighbors to discuss your plans for the property?
Yes, we did. I contacted several of the neighbors. Spoke with a few. One I was able to speak with, which is our immediate neighbor, I believe on the south side. So we are 37. He's 33 and 35. So he owns a 2 next door. I'm not sure if he's on tonight. He was trying to make it, but Joe DeFalco, and he believe had no problems with it. Was in favor of it. He has a very similar.
Mr. Trebulak, I have no problem with Mr. Plofker testifying that he had discussions with neighbors, but we can't get to the substance of those discussions because they're hearsay. They may be here, but at this point, they're not here. They're not subject to cross-examination. So let's just move on. And if the event neighbors make comments, then we'll get the benefit of those comments.
I understand, and I agree. Did you contact any other neighbors? Don't discuss anything about any particular conversations you had, but just indicate who, if anyone else, you attempted to communicate with.
Yes, we did. We attempted to communicate with several neighbors, kind of all the immediate neighbors on the street, as well as kind of some of the rest of the street. Dana Morgan was one with whom I did communicate with as well.
Okay. All right. I think that's all I have for Mr. Plofker, Mr. Chairman.
Are there members of the board who have any questions for this witness?
I do, Chair, Mr. Caulfield.
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Plofker, there's going to be a proposed new garage on that site. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, is that garage going to be used for the people that are you in the barn? Is that the garage is going to be used for that?
Yes, correct. There's a fence that currently exists that would be kind of separating the barn from the front house, and the garage would be on the side of the barn.
Okay, last question. Do you guys have 2 cars?
Yes, we did.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Are there any other members of the board who have questions for Mr. Plofker?
I have one, Mr. Chair. Mr. Harrison.
Go ahead.
So this is a zone for 2 families per property. And the question then is, and I have no problem, we've been with this before where there's another large structure on a property that we've allowed it to represent a second unit. But that's different than adding a unit to the site and making this the equivalent of 3 families. And I know there's a lot of discussion in town about how to use accessory buildings and maybe for family members or for all the family, a whole bunch of discussions. But why not simply leave and renovate that nice 1-family home in the front, and then you can choose to live in either the front or the back? But collectively, we'd only have 2 families on the site. And yes, you'd get rent for a 1-family home, which is different, probably a little less than that you might be able to get for 2 separate apartments within a house. But I don't think that alone mitigates the question of why add a third residential unit to a two-family zone. I have no problem with saying your accessory structure can represent the second family in this two-family zone, and whoever lives in the front, whether it's you or the tenant, is your tenant. I understand that, but what's the justification per se for ending up with three families on a site in the R2 zone? And the only thing that's actually being physically added is yet another structure. We'll call it another accessory structure, which is a garage. Maybe the barn can accommodate both a car and somebody living in there. I mean, there are many ways of doing it. I'm trying to understand the third family unit that you're seeking to put in this R2 zone.
I mean, that's certainly a great question. I mean, again, like the property is pretty large, and it almost doesn't do it justice just until you kind of see it in person. But it is, I believe, double the square footage of any of the lots on the street. So while most of the lots on the street and in that zone are a two-family zone, for much smaller, considerably smaller lots. So it's it doesn't seem to be adding much congestion. There doesn't seem to be any traffic or parking issues by adding a third unit in that area.
Okay, one other question. What about not adding the garage building as well? What about not putting in yet another structure and parking just another car out on the site the way that family has been, whoever's been living in that one family, whoever had the one family, how they probably lived? Why do we have to add yet a third structure in addition to a third living unit in an R2 zone? Because the garage is going to be a reasonable size. I think it's a two-car garage. It's going to be a reasonable size structure on top of the addition of another family unit. So I'm trying to understand why the site has to be built up with more paving and turnarounds and everything else at a time when the township is looking at water conservation and other things and drainage and other things. Why are we creating more impervious surface than already exists on the site, as well as I say, a third building on the site?
That's certainly a great question. And while it would be nice to have the garage, we would definitely be open to any considerations about that. And it would be great to have a garage. We are planning to live in there, and being able to store our cars in there so that we can, if and when we do have kids, have more room back there for a yard and for them to play would be great. But also understand that it's not a necessity, and open to not having that if that was necessary.
That's all I have at this time.
Okay, are there other board members who have questions for this witness?
Do you have any pictures of the existing property and what is being proposed?
Mr. Moore, I want to make a
Sionis.
suggestion that, it's Michael Sullivan. I want to make a suggestion that you hold that question, because I anticipate that someone from Mr. Sionis's office, if it's not Paul, will be presenting a PowerPoint that will probably address that.
Yes, that's correct.
All right.
Any other board members who have questions for this witness? Okay, are there any members of the public who have questions for this witness? Graham, you want to unmute?
Yes, so all members of the public participants, we're going to unmute all the lines. If you do have a question, just speak up and state your name. Or if you're joining us by phone, just let me know the first 6 digits of your phone number, and then we'll allow you to address the applicant and ask questions at this time. So all members of the public, you're now unmuted. I'd like to ask a question at this time.
Tracy Best.
Tracy Best. Okay, hang on one second. Just give me one moment. Okay, Tracy Best, your line is now unmuted. You can address the applicant.
Would you just give us
Yes.
Tracy, please give us your address. This is an opportunity just for questions at this point.
Okay, hi, I'm Tracy Best. I live at 45 North Willow Street, Montclair, New Jersey, 07042.
Okay.
So,
Do you have a question? Yes.
yes, we don't mind the two-family, but we don't understand the need of the one family in the back is. Because we lived here for 15 years, and if you would know how the structure in the back is, it is a big barn, but they used it for the construction company. Yes.
Tracy, hold on one second. This is the board attorney, Michael Sullivan. So you're starting to give testimony. This is a limited opportunity right now. The opportunity is to ask a question of Mr. Plofker. At the end of the hearing, you'll have the opportunity to give testimony, your opinion, whether you're in favor of it or opposed to it.
Okay. Hello, how you doing? This is husband Frank Best. How you doing? Can the board hear me?
Okay. Yes.
How's everybody doing this evening? Great. My question is, what is the square footage of the barn, whole square footage of the new structure for the single family that's going to be built back there? And what is the requirement square footage?
Mr. Best, I'm going to ask you to hold that question because I think the next witness is going to go into detail with those numbers.
Correct.
Okay, no problem.
Okay. All right. So, Mr. and Mrs. Best, we'll return to you. Should you have questions? Do you have any further questions that you'd like to ask Mr. Plofker at this time?
Not as of right now. Well, how you doing? Welcome to the neighborhood.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay. Are there any other members of the public who have questions for this witness? And again, just a chance to ask questions, and the next witness is going to describe what's proposed in greater detail.
Members of the public, you're now unmuted. Please speak up if you'd like to ask a question at this time.
Dana Morgan.
Dana Morgan. Okay, 1 second. Let me just pull Mr. Morgan up here. Okay, Mr. Morgan, you're now unmuted. Just provide your name and your address, and you can ask your question of Mr. Plofker.
Dana Morgan, 25 North Willow Street.
Okay.
Hey, Mr. Plofker, you mentioned you spoke to me, but you tried to connect with me via email, but we haven't verbally spoke with each other. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. My understanding is that you're looking to build convert the barn or parking garage into a one-family lot. How does that benefit this neighborhood?
So, Mr. Morgan, that's a great question. Thank you very much for asking that. I'm not sure if you're aware, but the property was owned by the Lombardis, who own Lombardi Paving Company. And it's my understanding that for years they were using that barn addition to the adjacent property behind the fence for commercial purposes. So they had several large trucks that they were storing there. They were also doing a lot of work there. So as I understand it, there was constantly trucks and commercial equipment moving in and out, which I can only imagine would be obtrusive to the neighborhood in a primarily residential area. So with the proposed usage of my fiance and myself living there, we would hopefully be much quieter and be able to provide a residential usage that would be just much less obtrusive to the neighborhood.
So, Mr. Plofker, you don't know this area. We've been living in this area for more than 20 plus years, and that was not the issue. The Lombardis ran a decent operation with no disruptions at all, and they were welcome neighbors. I'm deeply concerned about and disturbed by this application for this elevation for variance, and I must say I strongly oppose these variants submitted.
Mr. Morgan,
Mr.
Morgan. It's
Yes.
Michael Sullivan, the board attorney. As I indicated to other people who have spoke, there will be an opportunity after all the testimony is in to advise the board whether you are opposed to it or in favor of the application. But at this point, it's limited to simply questions of Mr. Plofker.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, I'll wait till we go on for additional questions.
Thank you.
Are there any other members of the public who have questions for this witness? And again, it's only questions. You'll have a later opportunity to comment on the application.
Okay, all public participants are now unmuted. Please state your name if you'd like to address the board. One final call for any public participants that have any questions for Mr. Plofker. I'm not hearing any, Mr. Chair.
Trembulak, you want to call your next witness?
Yes, Paul Sionis, please.
Okay, let me just bring Mr. Sionis into the meeting. Okay, Mr. Sionis. Can you hear us, Paul?
I can hear you.
Okay.
Mr.
We can't
Sionis,
see you,
would
but we
you
can hear
raise
you.
your right? Would you
Let
raise
me
your
click
right
on the
hand?
video. There I am.
Mr. Sionis, would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
I do.
Please state your name and address.
My name is Paul Sionis. My address is 8 Hillside Avenue, Montclair, New Jersey.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'll be offering Mr. Sionis to provide expert testimony as an architect and professional planner, and given his prior many appearances before the board, will you accept his qualifications?
We will.
Thank you very much. Paul, you prepared the plans that were submitted in connection with this application?
Yes, yes, I
Okay.
did.
And did you also prepare a PowerPoint presentation to assist you in discussing those plans with the board this evening?
Yes. Yes,
You
I did.
submitted a copy of that to Graham Petto earlier today?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Do we need to mark that as an exhibit?
Yes, we'll mark that as A1.
Okay. All right, Paul, it looks like you have the first page of the PowerPoint on the screen. Utilizing that to help guide your presentation, would you explain the application and what's presented to the board, please?
Yes. So I will be presenting a 14-page slide PowerPoint to describe the application. The drawings in the PowerPoint are similar to what was submitted in the application, except they've been colored for better visibility. We've also added in photographs of the site and several pages describing the variances that are requested. So slide number 1, which is up on the screen now. The property is known as 37 North Willow Street. It's lot 10 within block 3208. And as we've already heard, it's an irregular shaped lot. It's in the shape of an upside down L, the letter L. The property is 0.32 acres in size. It's 57 feet wide across the front at North Willow Street. It's 199 feet deep along the north property line. And then at the easterly property line where it's on the angle, it's 99.78 feet wide across that rear property line. It's on the east side of North Willow Street. And as we've heard, the property is currently improved with 2 buildings. There's the wood-framed dwelling at the front of the property, and there's this large 2-story barn that historically has been used as a contractor's construction garage. And as we've heard, most recently the property was owned by the late Ron Lombardi and his brother Rich. And they used this, they rented out the front house, and then they used the rear property for contractor storage, vehicle storage, and working on vehicles. There's an existing asphalt driveway along the north side of the property that leads to a large asphalt and gravel staging area sort of at the rear of the property, at the easterly side of the property, just outside of this barn. And this drawing is based on a property survey that was prepared by Sun Land Surveying in 2007. Next slide, please, Graham. So slide number 2, this is a photograph that was provided by the Montclair Planning Department. So this shows the existing building that faces North Willow Street. This is 37 North Willow. And as you can see, it's a very attractive 2.5-story residence that was constructed around 1900 according to the township records. And currently it's been used as a one-family house, and the applicant proposes to convert it to a 2-family home. So the proposal is to convert the ground floor to one-bedroom apartment, and then that second and third floor would be 2 bedrooms plus a den, or 2 bedrooms and a small bedroom for a separate apartment. And as you can see from this photograph from the planning department, the existing barn is not visible from North Willow Street in this photo. It is partially visible if you walk along the sidewalk or drive on North Willow, but it's partially hidden from view from North Willow. Many people are surprised to see it back there. Next slide, please, Graham. Slide number 3. This is another photograph, again, courtesy of the Montclair Planning Department. This is a photo of the barn, and this photograph was taken from the rear of the existing dwelling on the property. So this is standing with your back to the rear of the existing dwelling, looking to the southeast. So this is the northwest elevation of the barn. It's a large building. It has a footprint of 37 feet by 28 feet. It's 2 stories in height, and it's 29 feet tall. It's located in the rear portion of the property, as you saw in that survey map, and it's off to the southwest corner of that upside down letter L in the lot. So it's off to the side. It's not even in the very rear of the main part of the property. It's in this corner of that L. The view of the barn is partially hidden by the adjoiner's 2-car garage to the west, which is on 35 North Willow. So you see that smaller 2-car garage. And then there's also partially screened by another multiple vehicle garage that's at number 33 North Willow. So you could just see the blue building to the right of the 2-car garage, and that's a multiple vehicle garage on number 33 North Willow. There's this entire rear yard is surrounded by a chain link fence with barbed wire on top of it, and that separates the yard of this barn from that of the main dwelling. And you can see on the left of the photo, there's a wood gate that was the access gate to this basically contractor's yard, and you still see the pile of granite block. The Lombardi's had probably the highest quality paving company in the area. They did first-rate work, and the inside of this barn has been reinforced over the years, most likely by the Lombardi's with steel framing, steel beams. It's built extremely well. But it is a contractor storage yard with a 10-foot high chain link fence with barbed wire on top of it. Okay, next slide, please. Slide number 4 is a satellite map from Bing Maps. This is a bird's eye view, and this shows the surrounding area. And what I've done is I've surrounded the property lines of number 37 in orange. So as you can see, number 37 North Willow, it's block, it's lot 10 in block 3208. So as Mr. Trembulac stated, 37 North Willow is the second largest or second widest lot on this side of North Willow. At 57 feet wide, it's larger than all except one property, and that property is 4 properties to the south. There's a side-by-side duplex or condominium unit, 2 condominium units on North Willow Street. That property is 64 feet wide. But in general, most of the properties on North Willow Street range in width from 35 feet to 55 to 50 feet wide. I'll hold up. I think we have problems.
Are you okay, Paul, or are you not seeing anything? Paul, can you hear us?
I think he's just frozen, Graham.
Yeah.
Paul, can you hear us?
Helen, do you want to give him a call or
Yeah.
text him and see?
Yeah, I was just going to do that.
Paul, can you hear us?
Yes, so that concludes my testimony. Thank you very much. Sorry for the levity. Can we start again? Slide number 4, Grant?
Yep, we're on slide number 4 now.
Okay, so to repeat, slide number 4 is based on a Bing satellite map, and it shows a bird's eye view of the surrounding area. I've surrounded 37 North Willow in orange lines along the property lines. And as I stated, 37 North Willow is one of 14 residential lots on this east side of North Willow Street, but it's wider than all but one lot on this side of North Willow. So it's 57 feet in width. The majority of the properties based on the tax maps are ranged from 35 feet to 50 feet in width. There's one lot that is wider than this, and that is 4 properties to the south. It's an existing building with side-by-side duplex units. That is 64 feet in width, according to the tax maps. You can see on here, surrounded in blue, is the Union Gardens housing development. So the property directly adjoins the Union Gardens parking lot. The parking lot expands from the north side of the Union Gardens building slightly to the west, and then it goes directly behind 37 North Willow for the parking lot. Then there's the Geyer Center YMCA property that's 50 feet to the south of this property, and then that's separated from this subject property by a large multiple vehicle garage. So you can see directly to the left of where I wrote Geyer Center YMCA, there's a multi-vehicle garage that's on the rear portion of number 33 North Willow. So this rear portion of this property is screened partially by the garage structure at the rear of 35 North Willow, by the multi-vehicle garage at the rear of 33 North Willow, and then it's really up against the Union Gardens parking lot. All right, next slide, please. Slide number 5. Slide number 5 is taken from the Montclair zoning map. And as you can see, again, the subject property is outlined in orange. It's located in the R2 two-family zone. The R2 zone permits no more than 2 dwelling units on a lot. 60 feet is the minimum lot width, but this lot is 57 feet wide. So it doesn't meet, as the majority of properties on North Willow Street, it doesn't comply with the 60-foot minimum lot width, but it is wider than all but one other lot on this street. The R4 3-story apartment zone is directly to the east, as shown in that brown color. And then properties to the west across the street on North Willow, properties to the north and south on the same side of North Willow are all within the same R2 zone. Since the zone permits no more than 2 dwelling units, this application is for a use variance to permit 3 dwelling units on the one lot. So next slide, please. Slide number 6 is a site plan that prepared by our office, and it's been colored for better visibility. So the goal is to convert the single-family dwelling at the front to a 2-family home. There's a mixture of 1- and 2-family homes along this portion of North Willow Street between Glenridge Avenue and Claremont Avenue to the north. If you as I did, I counted mailboxes. There's a good mixture of one-family homes, two-family homes, and then on the other side of the street, on the west side of North Willow, there are several with 3 mailboxes. But it's a two-family zone, and only 2 families are permitted. 2 dwelling units are permitted per lot. But the goal is to convert the front building into a 2-family home, and then take the barn in the back and convert that to a single-family home. When Cody first contacted me about this, it was very exciting to be able to convert this barn to a single-family dwelling. It's, as I said, the Lombardis were known for the quality of construction. As Mr. Morgan stated, they were real gentlemen. Everything they did was first class, and the barn is overbuilt. It was probably constructed around 1900, but it's been rebuilt to withstand all of their contractor storage, whatever they did in there. But it's built really well, and it's a nice sized barn. And then, as Cody Plofker stated, the other part of the proposal is to construct a new detached 2-car garage between the front building and the garage. And then one of the main things, one of the other part of the application is to remove that chain link fence with the barbed wire on top of it, and then replace that with a new 6-foot-high wood board-on-board fence that's more in keeping with the residential neighborhood. And then there'd be a 12-foot wide sliding wood gate that would cross the new driveway that would separate the barn and the garage from the front of the property, with that the existing house that's proposed to be converted to a 2-family. And then the last part of this is to remove all of the asphalt and gravel that's in front of the barn or directly to the north of the barn, and then replace that asphalt and gravel with a lawn area to create a yard. There'd be a new patio created, it says on the west side, but actually on the east side of the barn, the lower right section, that's the east corner of the property, closer to Grove Street, for example, or Greenwood. So a new patio would be created for the use of Cody and his fiance. And then still on slide 6, proposing to create 3 parking stalls, labeled 1, 2, and 3 there, and those would be for the benefit of the residents of the front building, the 2-family house. 3 parking stalls are required. The question before was, I think Mr. Fleischer asked, why can't this remain the way it was with the driveway? Well, yeah, there was a driveway that led up to the chain link fence, and probably the tenant of the front, or tenants for the front building, parked in this driveway, but probably had to move their car when the trucks were going in and out. Next slide, please. To slide number 7. This is the image of the barn converted into a single-family dwelling. So as he stated, it's a good-sized barn. It has a footprint of 37 feet by 28 feet, or 1,036 square feet per floor. So this would be a 2,072 square foot dwelling unit. The first floor works since the Lombardis built this. There are no columns within this building. It's all open. So it'd be an open living, dining, kitchen on the first floor. And then the second floor would have a master suite with bedroom and a second bedroom and another bathroom. And then for the exterior, the goal was to make this into a more contemporary building. Currently, it has this what's known as texture 111 vertical plywood siding. But the goal is to replace the siding, replace the roofing, install new windows. There are currently 4 windows on the, it says south, but on the westerly property line, the bottom right. Currently, there are 4 windows on that facade. But the proposal is to remove 2 of those windows and leave 2 of the windows that are closer to the neighbor's property, which is 35 North Willow. But basically, it's to remove that texture 111 siding and then install a combination of horizontal siding on the ground floor, and then there's board and batten siding on the upper floor, and then to put in larger, more contemporary windows on 2 of the sides of this building. So the goal is to convert this barn into a single-family dwelling. It works out very well to make this a nice house in the existing footprint. So it's repurposing the barn into a dwelling. Next slide, please. This slide, this is the new two-car garage. As Mr. Fleischer stated, you're adding another structure. Yeah, so the proposal is to add a detached two-car garage. This is known as an accessory structure. It's the size of a typical two-car garage. It's 24 feet by 24 feet, be 15 feet high. And then the siding material and the pattern of the siding would match that on the repurposed barn exterior. So this would be a new two-car garage. It would be for the benefit of the applicant and his fiance, who would be living in the repurposed barn. Next slide, please. This slide lists the variances that are required. So there's a request for relief from 2D variances. And basically the first one is Montclair 347-48. And that's the crux of this application, and that the R2 zone permits no more than 2 dwelling units, and yet 3 dwelling units are proposed. The second variance is from 347-20, a variance to permit more than 1 principal building per lot. So there's already 2 buildings on this lot, but by converting the barn to a residence, that becomes a principal building, and that requires a variance. There's also relief requested from certain C variances, the letter C. First is Montclair 347-45C1, and that's a variance from the required side yard setback of 6 feet for a principal structure. So once the barn becomes a residence, it becomes a principal structure. So it has an existing side yard setback of 1.5 feet on the westerly side, the side closest to North Willow, closest to that the neighbor's two-car garage, and it has a 4-foot setback on the south side. So those are variances because once you convert the barn to a dwelling, it's supposed to comply with the setbacks. Next variance is from 347-45D, and that's a variance from the required rear yard setback. And the required rear yard setback for a principal structure is 50.7 feet. And the rear yard setback for this barn is only 26 feet. So once it's converted from the barn to a dwelling, it doesn't comply with the rear yard setback, which would have to be 50.7 feet. Then there exist other existing conditions. A variance is required for a lot width of 57 feet. That's less than the required 60 feet. As I stated, only one residential property within this block of North Willow Street complies with that lot width requirement. The majority of lots are 35 to 50 feet wide. This lot is 57 feet wide, but it's an existing condition. Then the other existing condition is Montclair Code 347-51. The variance is required for a front yard setback of 21 feet, whereas a minimum of 25 feet is required. So this refers to the existing dwelling at the front of the property. It has a setback of 21 feet, 25 feet is required. The interesting thing is that this lines up with just about every other house along North Willow Street, and none of the houses comply with the front yard setback requirement. This is an existing condition. Okay, next slide, please. Slide 10. So there are statutory requirements for granting the variances for this project. And I'll start with the D variances, which is the use variance. So the statutory requirements state that the variance can be granted provided that the proposed use would promote any of the purposes of zoning. In other words, what's the positive criteria to this application? As Mr. Morgan asked, what's positive about this? And then also the statutory requirements state that if it could be granted without substantial detriment to the public good and without substantial detriment to the zone plan and the zoning ordinance, which is known as the negative criteria. So, and then as to the C variances, which are known as bulk variances, including the variances for the deficient side yard setback of the converted barn and the deficient rear yard setback of the converted barn, the applicant is seeking C variances, which can be justified under what's known as the C1 grounds and the C2 grounds. So under the C2, under this first one, the C1 grounds, a variance could be granted because of the existing condition. So the way the law is written is that a variance could be granted either because of the narrowness, shallowness, shape, or topographic conditions of the property, or because of the building lawfully constructed thereon. So in other words, due to the existing barn that's been there probably 100 years, due to the lawfully existing building on the lot, it would be impractical to move the building further away from the property lines just so it could conform to setbacks. And then as to the C2 grounds, the purposes of the municipal land use law would be advanced by a deviation from the ordinance requirements, and the benefits would outweigh any detriment to the public good. So the grant of a C2 variance usually has to have some benefit to the community. So the building, as I stated, historically has been used as a building for contractor storage, their equipment and vehicles. So the proposal intends to remove the commercial industrial use and replace it with a more conforming single-family dwelling in a location that's primarily screened from view from North Willow Street, and it joins the large parking lot of the Union Gardens housing complex. Plus, this is an existing building. It's not being added to the site. Okay, next slide, please. Slide number 11 lists what the positive criteria are. So the positive criteria looks at special reasons that are defined by New Jersey land use law for the grant of a D variance. And this project carries out several purposes of zoning. And as defined by New Jersey land use law, these special reasons begin with the letter A, and that's to encourage municipal action to guide the appropriate use or development of all lands in the state in a manner which will promote the public health, safety, morals, and general welfare. So this application eliminates the non-conforming commercial use, it eliminates the non-residential use. It's a large lot with that unusual L shape, that projection in the back of the property where this barn is. Plus, we could provide all the parking that's needed for this application. So 5 parking spaces are required. We're providing 5 parking spaces, 3 exterior spaces and 2 within the new garage. Letter B looks at how we're securing safety from fire, flood, panic, and other natural and man-made disasters. So in order to repurpose this barn into a dwelling, it will have to comply with current building code standards, which will make it safe. Everything will have to be brought up to current building codes, making this a much safer building and a much safer property, safer for the surrounding property owners. Letter C is to provide adequate light, air, and open space. So this is a nice sized building. It's 2,072 square feet. The dwelling will be created within the footprint of this building that's probably been here about 100 years. It's not a new building being squeezed onto this property or into this neighborhood. It's an existing building. It's just being repurposed into a new use. Letter I is to provide a desirable visual environment. So the asphalt and the gravel paving at the rear of the property will be eliminated, and that will be replaced with lawn. The contractor's chain link fence with the barbed wire on top of it will be removed, and that will be replaced with a new wood board-on-board fence. 2 automobile parking spaces will be created within the garage, which will get those vehicles out of view from the neighbors. And then there'll be 3 new exterior parking stalls, organized parking to provide parking for the front building. The exterior of the property will be much more attractive than it has been in years. These are all benefits to the neighbors in the surrounding area, especially to make this much more attractive. And then the general welfare is served. The proposed use of the new dwelling unit fits in really well with the building. A nice new dwelling unit will be created in a somewhat hidden portion of the site. The building will have a good interior layout. As I said, it works out really well. The Lombardis did a good job in making sure there are no columns in the building. So it has a perfect layout for an open kitchen, dining, living area, and then that 2 bedrooms on the second floor. Unattractive asphalt paving and that gravel will be replaced with a lawn area, so more landscaped area. The chain link fence with the barbed wire will be removed, replaced with that wood fence, which is more typical of a residential area than chain link with barbed wire. and then the non-conforming commercial use will be eliminated. So next slide, please. Number 12. So then, as far as the negative criteria, the variances could be granted without substantial detriment to the public good. So the Union Gardens parking lot directly adjoins the entire rear of this property. Besides the two-car garage that's on the rear of 35 North Willow Street, there's the large multi-vehicle garage at the rear of 33 North Willow Street. This building is already here. It's partially hidden. We have removed 2 of the 4 windows on the west wall. That was a suggestion at the Development Review Commission, leaving only 2 windows on the wall that's closest to the neighboring rear yard to the west, the rear yard of 35 North Willow. But in that rear yard is the 2-car garage belonging to 35 North Willow. The benefits of the variances would substantially outweigh any detriment to the purpose of the zoning regulation. As to the D variance, the new unit won't have a negative impact on the neighborhood or impair the zone plan or the zoning ordinance. This building has been here for probably 100 years, but it's been utilized for commercial.
Well, we can still hear you. I don't know if you can hear us. Paul, can you hear us?
Paul?
I can't hear Paul. I don't know if others.
I think there's a little bit of a lag. Now he's frozen and disconnecting. So
Yeah, I hear nothing at all right now.
yeah. Hopefully he'll be back. It'll be a short
I
interruption.
think he's reconnecting.
Alan, while we're waiting, is this your only, do you have any other witnesses?
No, this is my last witness.
Okay, I'm just.
There he is. Paul, can you hear us now?
I can. You ready to begin again? Okay, page 1 again, Graham? Sorry, guys. I have a warped sense of humor. All right, so we're looking at the basically where it says D variance. So where it says D variance, I said that the new unit should not have a negative impact on the neighborhood or impair the zone plan or the zoning ordinance. And to repeat what I've said several times, the building's been here for many years, probably 100 years. The main building was built in 1900. This might have been built at the same time. However, this building was used for commercial purposes in a residential neighborhood. It most recently housed contractors' equipment and vehicles. The first time I went there, it had many of the Lombardis, bright red trucks and snow plows in the barn and out in the yard outside of the barn. The fact that it had these commercial vehicles created additional truck traffic in the immediate neighborhood, in this immediate residential neighborhood. This is a much better use than a commercial contractor's storage yard. The space already exists without having to add on to the building. So we're not building a new building for the dwelling, and we're not even adding on to it. It works really well the way it is, and it will have to comply with the current building codes, the latest building codes, making it safe and attractive. As to more than one principal building being on the lot and the setback variances, as I stated, this large barn already exists on the site. We're not adding the barn, and we're not adding to the barn. This is something that already exists. As to the C variances, the setback variances, by adaptively reusing this or repurposing this from a barn into a residence, we save the building. It's kind of an interesting, kind of cool building, but by adaptively reusing it, we now have non-conforming setbacks, which are each existing conditions. These setbacks are what they are. They've been that way for years. The setbacks have probably existed. The setbacks have existed probably for 100 years, since the buildings on the adjoining lots on North Willow were all of the same age. So these setbacks are historic for at least 100 years. The buildings, this is a historic district because the buildings are all very similar, probably from the early 1900s, around 1900. They're attractive buildings, but these setbacks have been there for 100 years also. As to the variances related to the existing conditions, the existing lot width is 57 feet and the required lot width is 60 feet. As I stated before, there's only one lot within this entire side of North Willow that's wider, and that's the one with the side-by-side condominium units. All of the other lots on North Willow from Glenridge Avenue to Claremont range from 35 feet to 50 feet in width. As I stated, the requirement 60 feet. This subject property is 57 feet wide. The existing residential building has a front yard setback of 21 feet, whereas 25 feet is required. This is an existing condition, and the front of the building aligns with almost every building on this west side of North Willow Street. So none of the buildings comply with the setback requirement of 25 feet, but it is what it is. It's been this way for 100 years, and it's a very attractive looking street, and the houses are very attractive in my opinion. Next slide, 13. So we looked at the historic context of this property, and an appearance was made by the applicant at the Historic Preservation Commission back in December, on December 10th. So 37 North Willow Street and this entire section of North Willow is located within what's known as the Walnut Street Potential Historic Resource Area. And because of this, the application was reviewed by the Montclair Historic Commission on December 10th. The Historic Commission guidelines recommend that existing buildings, existing outbuildings be retained. So we're retaining this existing building. In addition, the guidelines note that new outbuildings should be complementary and compatible with the architectural scale and style of the existing dwellings. So in this case, the existing outbuilding will be retained in the partially hidden location where it's historically existed, but it will be improved into a modern dwelling with a modern exterior. The HPC, the Historic Commission, recommended that the new two-car garage be designed to complement either the existing front building or the improved barn. So since the applicant intends to reside in the improved barn and utilize the two-car garage for their own use, the exterior of the new garage has been designed to complement the exterior of the barn. We were given the choice by the Historic Commission, and we feel that it should be complementary to the improved barn. The Historic Commission made additional suggestions on the application. They had suggestions about the spacing of the vertical siding on the second floor. They had some suggestions about the window alignments and the window muntin and mullion thicknesses. We considered each suggestions, and modifications were made to the drawings based on those suggestions. Slide number 14. We received an engineering review letter dated February 16th, which was yesterday, and there were 8 items listed in that engineering review letter. First was stating that the application had to be reviewed by the Historic Commission. So as I just stated on slide number 13, the application was reviewed by the Historic Commission in December. Recommendations were made, and we made modifications based on those recommendations. Item number 2, a copy of the survey should be provided to the engineering consultant. That will be done. Item 3, the grading, drainage, and utility plan should be provided for review by the consultant. Utilities should be added to the site plan, and then that site plan provided to the consultant. So basically, utilities have been added to the drawing as shown at the bottom of the site plan, including the gas, water, sanitary sewer line, and electric line. This will be provided to the engineering consultant for review. The consultant also asked that existing topographic information be provided, and that has to be obtained from the surveyor. So topography refers to the shape and height of the land, so that the consultant could see how the water flows on the property. So an updated survey will be obtained and then provided for the consultant's review. Item 4 in the letter was that storm drainage design should be provided for review. So once the topographic information is obtained from the surveyor, then the storm drainage design can be provided to the consultant. 5, the applicant shall ensure that stormwater runoff does not negatively affect neighboring lots. So the applicant will ensure that. Number 6, the applicant shall not connect wastewater drain from air conditioning equipment with any storm sewer, house drain, water leader, or any other waste pipe. This is part of the current plumbing code, so that would be illegal. The applicant will not do that. Testimony as to the landscaping. There are existing shrubs at the front of the building on the west side of the building as it faces North Willow. Those are to remain. There is also 4 existing large deciduous trees on the site that are also to remain. There are 2 at the east property line, closest to the Union Gardens parking lot. They're shown as those 2 large green circles along the rear property line on the right. And then there are 2 other large existing deciduous trees along the south property line, also shown as those overlapping green circles. So those are adjoining the property belonging to 35 North Willow. All 4 large trees are to remain. The only other landscaping proposed at this time is to remove all of that asphalt and gravel paving in front of the barn and replace it with lawn area. And then the last item in the engineer's comment was there's a paver walk detail, and the question is where will pavers be utilized on the site? And the response is that there are 3 areas shown on the site plan as proposed hard surfaces. One is a new walkway at the rear of the front building. So there's a new walkway leading to the existing steps at the back of the existing building. That's a paver walkway. One is a new, thanks Graham. There's another walkway shown along the right side of the 2-car garage that Graham is marking now. So that will be a paver walkway leading from the garage to the repurposed barn. And then the third is the patio where Graham's marker is now. So there's a new paver patio. The size hasn't been determined yet, but the intent is to have the French doors leading out to a patio on that east side of the property. That's the extent of my testimony. I'm happy to answer questions. Thank you.
Paul.
Yeah, I guess maybe this is the best chance for us to take a break. My suspicion is the questions of Paul are going to take more than a few minutes between the board and the members of the public who indicated they want to question him. And I guess my other comment is before we break is I doubt that we're going to reach the remaining applications, and I don't know if the applicants and at least one attorney, well, 2 attorneys on those want to discuss now or want to discuss with your clients when we come back and we can decide how we want to handle the remaining applications on the agenda.
Mr. Harrison, those, if they elect to carry, and Graham, correct me if I'm wrong, those would be carried to March 17, is that correct?
Well, I think, Graham, in terms of, we have the special meeting, but we don't have enough for the use variances, but we have at least, but the bulk variances, do we have time on the March 3rd agenda for those?
We have 6 matters scheduled for the March 3rd meeting already, but I'm not sure who is satisfied the notice. I'll know tomorrow in the Montclair Times publication, but we could carry residential.
Would be to carry the residentials to the 3rd.
Or anything.
That shakes out, and just because I do not get totally jammed up. but,
Yeah, just to provide full, so Mr. Vettery is here for application 270479 Mission Street. Mr. Trembulak is the attorney for 2698 Compass NJ LLC at 113 Grove. And then Mr. and Mrs. Batone are here. They're representing themselves for their residential application.
yeah, yeah, why, can you unmute the Batone so we can discuss them? And
so Mr. and Mrs. Batone, you're unmuted at this time.
Hi, thank you for taking us now. Appreciate it.
well, we're not going to do your application. I mean, it's clear we're not going to reach you tonight. I mean, we have to finish this application. But you have any problems with if we continue to our? We have a special meeting scheduled already for March 3rd. If we continue to that agenda.
Yes, we can make that meeting. Thank you.
Okay, and just, are there any members of the public present for that application? And
so I'll unmute all public lines. If there's anyone here for the 12 Stevens Street application, now would be the time to address the board. So go ahead. All lines are unmuted. Anyone for 12 Stevens Street?
But then somebody said, "Well, we have all these ones that were finding."
Hearing anyone, Mr. Chair.
application for Andrew and Laura Batone for property at 12 Stevens Street is going to be carried until our meeting on March 3rd. We'll also start at 7:30. It'll also be done virtually. So anyone interested in that and the Batones, we will see you at that time. I assume we don't need an extension for the 2 weeks. Is that correct?
We do not, no.
And the sign-in information will be on the township's website for that virtual meeting.
That's correct.
What about the
Mr. and Mrs. Batone?
Yes.
Okay.
See you in 2 weeks.
Okay, thank you. Good night.
Mr. Vettieri, are you present?
He is. Go ahead, Mr. Vettery, go ahead.
Yeah, hi, Chairman Harrison. Hi, Graham.
We're not.
We're fine with carrying. We understand you have an active agenda tonight. So this will be carried to the 3rd or to the 17th?
It's just C variances, correct?
Correct.
Okay, we'll carry you to the 3rd.
Be terrific. That will be carried without further notice.
Yes, okay. So are there any members of the public here on the application at 79 Mission Street by the 79 Mission Street Trust?
Okay, so all members of the public, I'm going to be unmuting the lines. If you have any comments or if you're here for the application for 79 Mission Street, please speak up.
No, these are the ones for later.
All members of the public are now unmuted.
It's Craig Smith, 6th Street. So is this application being delayed until the 3rd of March?
Hang on 1 second. Is this Mr. Smith? Are you joining us by phone?
No, I'm actually, my wife logged in. It'll be under the name of...
He's under the name of what?
Moran, M-O-R-A-N.
Hold 1 second, I'll mute and I'm just... Okay. Sorry, everybody.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Hi, my name's Craig Smith. I'm the owner of 60 Mission Street. I just wanted to check that it's the 3rd of March this application is being moved to.
Correct.
Thank you. That's my only question at this time.
Okay, so we'll see you then.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Information will be posted with the agenda for the zoning board meeting. You can access that on the township website.
yeah, and they just, the application by 79 Mission Street Trust for property at 79 Mission Street is being carried till our March 3rd special meeting. There'll be no further notice, and you can access it by using the link that'll be posted on the township website.
Graham, we don't need an extension for that one either, correct?
We do not.
Okay, and Mr. Trembulak, do you want to discuss the?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The compass, the application now, or you want to discuss with your client and discuss it when we?
Yeah, Yeah, I'd like to discuss it with my client, Mr. Chair, and then I'll get back to you after the break.
Okay,
That's okay.
so we'll take a break. We'll resume at 10:20.
Thank you. longer than expected, but
One second, are we back on?
Let me just confirm with Rick. Hi, Rick, are we back on? We're ready to go back on? Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, back.
thanks again for the additional time, Mr. Chairman. I've discussed this matter with my client on the next application, Compass Realty, and given the late hour, we'd be willing to carry that application to the March 17th meeting, and would waive any time constraints and consent to an extension of time for the board to act on the application.
Okay, so we'll carry the application of Compass NJ LLC for property at 113 Grove Street to our March 17th meeting. There'll be no further notice of the application given. The meeting will be conducted virtually. You'll be able to access the meeting using the link that will be posted on the township website. And that we will resume the hearing for the Plofker application, with the board questioning of Mr. Sionis. Mr. Fleischer, do you have questions for Mr. Sionis?
Well, I have the basic question that I asked earlier. I mean, it's no secret, I'm not in favor of upzoning areas that are zoned, and in this case, it's a fairly stable community and street consisting of 1 and 2 family homes. And generally that means there's 1 family living on the property or 2 families living on the property. It is not an R3. It is not intended to be an R3. So and this lot, while it's larger than its neighbors, is not larger than lots in other 2-family areas, and the front house is essentially the same as it was. I have 2 concerns. One is I don't mind putting 2 families on this lot with one of the former accessory structure, now a primary structure, and one in the front house just the way it's a single family house now. We haven't seen any plans for how this single family house is going to be converted into a 2-family house. And in many cases, when we have these conversions, they end up expanding the footprint or expanding the house and everything else because it's now 2-family. We don't know how the second family gets into the house. Presumably it's an interior stair somewhere. We don't know anything about the way this whole property will be developed collectively. I also have some other concerns. If you look at the other properties, they have the house in the front and then they have the backyard. Here in this plan, and I'd like to go to the site plan if you can, Graham. Here, about probably 60% of the way up in this what is now going to be a 2-family home, we're essentially effectively cutting off the property and devoting it entirely to the family in the rear. So now where people might have had in the past a 2-family house where kids or others could play in the backyard, there is no longer a backyard for the 2-family home. This is now a lot that is smaller than the other lots in the area from the standpoint of the 2-family home in the front in order to make room for another 1-family home in the back. So I guess I'm not sure how to propose the question, but I think the resultant 2-family house is not getting the benefits of almost all the other 2-family houses on this street. And the 1-family house essentially gets the full benefit of all the basically lawn areas and everything else. And there's a 3rd structure now being added to the site. I wouldn't even get into the issue of what's identified as a joiner's garage right next to the existing barn that is being converted to a dwelling, which I think there are literally fire and safety issues, which I assume can be handled by having, rated walls and everything else and limiting the amount of windows and everything else. But I do have a problem that once you effectively, with a board-on-board fence, totally subdivide this lot, I don't think it's the same as a two-family home in this district that would have the full benefit and use of all the property, in this case, to the east of the two-family building at the front of the house. So I have that series of problems amongst other things. If someone said to me that, and we used to call these flag lots, but I guess people don't like flag lots anymore. If someone said, okay, we're going to put a fence from the house back to sort of give them that zone, and then leave some real area for families in the two-family house to enjoy without the garage and everything else there, and the applicant manages to park in what I would call his zone, at least you have a reasonable depth that matches the depth of the adjacent property. What you've essentially done is you've essentially subdivided this property, which I don't think is beneficial to the community. And again, I don't know what it will take, because it's not clear to me how the two-family home is going to be developed, the interior stairs and other things needed. And we certainly don't want the person who lives on the upper floor to have to go to the back of the house and then up. So to me, it's incomplete until the entire story is told. So those things make me leery about granting an approval under these conditions. And I'd like Paul to speak to those specific issues I've talked about in terms of open space for the proposed two-family building, the added structure. I think all of those are worthy of consideration before we actually increase the residential density on this one lot.
To address the first comment about the converting the front building to from one to two family, that drawing is part of the application. That was drawing A101. I did not. Thank you. So that was submitted with the application that shows the reconfiguring of this front building from one family easily into a two family, as many of the houses on North Willow have done. It's an easy conversion. It shows utilizing that, where Graham is. Yeah, thank you. The first floor, the existing stair remains, so the first floor becomes a one-bedroom dwelling unit. The main entrance is where it is now, through that roof porch on the bottom left there. A new vestibule will be created by the construction of two walls. So as you walk in that vestibule to the left, you enter the first floor unit. That's a large foyer. The front room is the bedroom with a large closet. The bathroom gets reconfigured to become a family-sized bathroom with two sinks, a toilet, bathtub, shower, and then the kitchen dining basically gets improved over what it is now. But it's a good-sized kitchen dining living room with a walk-in pantry, and then there's a rear mudroom to the existing rear stairway, a rear exterior stairway.
I see that as I'm looking at the plans here as well as yours.
Yeah, so that worked out pretty well, converting this from one to two family. And as I said, I assume other houses on North Willow or in town that are similar in age and configuration have done the same. We've seen this many times. So the second unit, Graham has the on the screen now is the second floor plan. So where it says DN, that's that main stairway, that's to remain. So this is a nice unit, two bedrooms at the front of the building, a family bathroom at the top center with a toilet, bathtub, shower, and a double sink and a vanity. And then again, a good sized kitchen, reconfigured kitchen, much better than it is now. And then removing part of the wall to open it up to that living dining area. And this is what most
Is
people.
that where the kitchen, is that where the kitchen is now?
No, it's a one-family house, so the kitchen's on the first floor.
So that has nothing to do with the kitchen that exists there now, other than that.
Correct. That's just that's a bedroom right now.
Okay.
So and then this leads up to the third floor, going up to those winder stairs in the center up to the third floor, and then this was showing, a reconfigured bathroom at the center bottom, an open space at the top of the stairs, and then the front facing North Willow Street. It's labeled office. During the pandemic, it seems everybody wants a home office. It could be a bedroom in the future, but it works well as a home office or a den or a personal yoga studio, which many people have. So this worked out well, and I'm sorry I did not include this in the presentation, Mr. Fleischer. I thought that.
Well, no, I have the plans. I didn't fully. Is nothing? No spaces being added?
No, nothing's being added. Correct.
So the new walls we see on the southeast around the what you call the gallery. What is
right? That's just building walls where those are walls separating that attic space from that gallery on the interior.
So they don't exist now. I presume that's why they're shown as new walls.
That's correct.
So both families will enter through the same door.
Through the front door.
And then they will separate inside.
Right, and through that foyer, correct. And this is nothing elaborate. This is just almost a logical layout. And as I said, it's probably been repeated many times in town or in other towns with similar buildings.
Can you explain what's there now?
Yeah.
It's also on the drawings, but I couldn't quite. I thought it was on the drawings.
Yeah, it's on the last page on drawing A104. There's the existing floor plans. Thanks, Graham. So the left side are the four existing floor plans. So that's what's on the screen now is the existing first floor plan. So as you can see, you walk in, there's a large open foyer. There's a landing at the bottom of the stairs. So that landing, those curved steps at the bottom would be modified to be within a new vestibule. And then, as you see, there's a fairly simple kitchen at the top right. Hasn't been touched in years, with a bathroom right in the kitchen. There's a living room in the front left there. There's a really nice open porch on the front, which is going to remain. As I said, this building and most of the other houses on North Willow are very attractive, and that's why it's part of this historic district. So, and there's a dining room in the bottom right there. And then there's the existing rear exterior steps down to the back of the building with Bilko doors to the basement. So that's the first floor existing plan. Second floor, there's 4 bedrooms now, sharing one pretty dated bathroom. They're good sized bedrooms, very small closets. The bathroom is undersized and dated, as would be expected. But the idea was to totally redo the interior of this building, bring it into the 21st century. And then this was the attic floor plan. Basically, it was just open, and you come to the top of the stairway. There's an existing wall, but then there's that unfinished attic to the right of it, which is becoming what we're calling a gallery. Just by putting walls up to make that space bigger at the top of the stairs. The front storage, that's good the way it is, but we've relabeled it as I said, as a home office or den or studio. Great space to work. You have a nice western view out those front windows. So it's a fairly simple and logical renovation to make this, or transformation, and convert this from 1 to 2 family. But as you know, the to this application, well, part of the application is that by converting it to two-family, it has a greater parking requirement. So, three parking spaces are required for this two-family house. And part of that is that we're putting those parking spaces where Mr. Fleischer suggested maybe there should be yard space for this two-family house, as shown on the screen. So parking, the joke a lot of times is parking is king in Montclair, because every project we have to prove that there's parking. So we're creating these 3 exterior parking spaces that would be dedicated to that front two-family, and then whether we do a garage for the converted barn or just have exterior parking. So there's parking would have to be provided on this site for 2 or 3. We're proposing 3 dwelling units, so we'd need five parking spaces on the site for 3 dwelling units in total.
What is the depth to the proposed board-on-board fence with the gate?
Yes.
Of the lot at that point?
150. I'll do the math quickly. This bottom property line where Graham is marked is 150 feet. The garage is 24 feet. So we've got 150, 130, 126, 126. Probably another 10, probably 116 minus 3. About 113 feet approximately.
Are there any other of the homes on this street that have only 115 foot in depth?
I don't see any that have 115 feet in depth.
So at least in terms of the lot size for this two-family home in front, that would be considerably less than the rest of the surrounding area.
I'm sorry, I'm looking at just to answer you, I'm looking at the tax map, which is on our cover page, Graham.
Right.
Sorry. So the first few properties on, we'll look at the tax map together, if possible. Okay, top, thanks, right? If we could enlarge the tax map. Okay, so just above where it meets Claremont, higher up on North Willow. Just to the north of the subject property, you can see 1, 2, 3, 4. The first floor lots have a 100-foot lot depth, 100.
Mm-hmm. And that's what's essentially being proposed for.
As I said, it's not formally proposed, but you're implying that that's proposed.
Well, I'm saying in essence, what I'm saying, you've totally subdivided the property with a fence and a gate, which means none of that space is available to the people who live in the two-family home.
Correct. And I think we take that into consideration to maybe rework those parking stalls and that garage, whether to have the garage at all or just parking and move those parking stalls further back on the lot to provide more than an 18.9 foot space between the front building and the parking.
But again, I want to understand the justification for putting 3 residential units on a site that's zoned for R2, other than pure economics. You could certainly refurbish the front house as a single-family home, have the applicant living in the barn if that's what they prefer in the back. But other than the pure economics of putting 2 families in there for rental as opposed to 1 family renting a single family home, what's the justification for adding another residential unit to the site?
Right, that's a good question. So the excitement, as I said, began with the barn. The project began with the excitement over the barn. The barn is perfectly suited to convert to a dwelling unit. So we started with the barn and then the front building, which has been used as a 1-family. The suggestion was made to make it into a 2-family, because it works well as a 2-family. As far as the justification, it is a larger lot than the other lots on this street or within this block. That weird L-shaped projection where the barn is, that makes this lot more special or different than all of the other lots because the barn is on that L-shaped projection. We're providing we're able to provide the parking for 3 units, whether it's where we show it or if it gets reconfigured a little bit to the rear to give some yard space, more yard space to the 2-family house. So the answer, to you is that, this all started with the excitement over the barn. And then we looked at converting the front building to 2 units because it could be done so easily and logically. I agree. The argument for economics is not a valid zoning argument. It's a valid argument to a purchaser, of course, but it's not accepted, in zoning.
So so if we took that new garage that the applicant would like to have and put it in what I would call the northeast corner, the way garages often are at the end of a driveway, and move it up to the northeast corner with proper separations from the for the yards for an accessory structure, and then put the parking either where it was or move the parking further back and provide some open space for the front building. That would at least, I'm still having trouble with why there have to be 3 units on the site. But if you're going to at least do it, then let's get some balance in the way this site works and in the way the open space works relative to the fact that you're increasing the amount of units on the property. Because what you've done now leaves nothing in terms of real usable open space for the residents of this structure, be it a 1-family or a 2-family, I would add. It still doesn't get me over the hurdle with why we need 3 units on the site. But at least it's a configuration that more equally shares the site and provides a greater sense of open space, particularly in and around the dwelling in the front, which is now essentially hedged in by the driveway and then the parking area with the air conditioning units on the side. It's just not what most of the other people on this block, even with narrower lots, at least have their backyards, and you can see that in both the aerial photographs and everything else. They have a place that children play in and live in and everything else, and therefore the site, in terms of layout, becomes more equitably divided. The 2 units or 3 units, and I'm still not sold on 3 units, but at least a site plan that equitably, because there's still a variance to get 2 primary structures. So I don't have the problem with 2 more primary structures to make use of this wonderful barn. I have the problem with adding the other residents, and I have the problem with the inequity of the way the lot is subsequently divided in terms of the users. So both of those things are at least a question in my mind that don't make me feel good about it. I understand it's possible, but there are a lot of 2-family sites in this township that could possibly accommodate a 3rd residential unit on it, but they're just not in a zone that allows for 3 residences on the site.
Right. I think there's a trade-off somewhere. I mean, we were, besides being excited by the conversion of the barn, we were trying to eliminate impermeable or impervious coverage and get rid of that driveway leading to the barn and all that paving. So we probably lost the fact that we're pushing everything towards the front building by eliminating that paving outside of the barn and creating that green space. But as usually, Mr. Fleischer, you're correct that there's got to be a better solution here where we could slide things back. I'd hate to gain impervious paving, but we'll have to gain some if we slide things back. But then the return was that would be gaining space for the 2-family house in front. yard space.
Again, I'm not convinced it should become a two-family house or that more than 2 units should live here. If they do, I'm not happy with the way the space is allocated between the structures, especially with the fact that there are technically more people living in the front house than the rear house.
Correct.
Okay, those are my questions, Mr. Harrison.
Hey, Mr. Moore, do you have any questions?
Not at the moment.
Mr. Simon, do you have any questions?
Yeah, just to kind of build on what Joe was saying, if the front structure was to remain a single family, then you also lose the need for one of the parking spaces, right? So you gain 9 feet of green.
Correct.
Because my original concern for this project was the supposed density, but it's currently a 4-bedroom single family, and you're converting it to a 2-bedroom and a 1-bedroom. So I think that in terms of the number of people, I don't think that part will change. But I am concerned that they are being cheated because it is they're a smaller. There's no yard space, and just the fact that it's a large house. I think these days everyone would appreciate a room to disappear to if you're locked in there all day long. So I'll be honest, I'm still a bit undecided on that third unit as well. So I'd like to hear more from my colleagues.
Okay. Mr. Church, do you have any questions?
No, not at this time.
Okay. Ms. Harris, do you have any questions?
No, not right now. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Caulfield, do you have any questions?
Just one. I for a 3-family on this site, I mean, the way it's been cut up and subdivided, I don't think that 3-family could happen on this block in other locations. It's just the way that this property has been cut up and subdivided that it can fit it. And I'm going to sit and listen to what the residents of the community have to say before I can make my decision. But I'm not struck by that you can get a 3-family in there. Thank you.
And it's Michael Sullivan. And just so we're clear, we've used the term subdivision a number of times. I mean, this is not a lot that is going to be legally subdivided. I think.
Yes, Michael, I understand. Sorry, but it's just the way.
Points are. It's effectively a subdivision.
Yeah, it was somehow. It's changed, and I agree. I will not use that word again.
Okay. I have a number of questions. I guess one, and this is more for the benefit of the residents of the rear proposed house, is, I guess, why are you not proposing landscaping around the deck? I mean, you have what I think is kind of like a parking area on the house that's one over, where that large garage structure is. And then you have the parking lot for Union Gardens. And why don't you want to screen the deck for them? Is, I guess, I'm curious about.
I'll answer that, Mr. Harrison. So you're referring to that possible patio, bottom right? Yeah. So the only thing that was shown on this drawing was a 6-foot-high wood board-on-board fence, along the property lines. But you're right. If they, and we didn't show proposed landscaping, they could certainly put evergreen trees inside of that fence that would grow much taller than the fence to screen the view of that multi-vehicle garage to the south, plus the view and possible sounds from the Union Gardens parking lot. We did not show landscaping there. It's only showing as the wood board-on-board fence.
Okay, and then on the Historic Preservation Commission, you kind of used this interesting wording that you considered their recommendations. I want to understand exactly the extent to which you complied with it and the extent to which you didn't and why you didn't.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, I meant to say that our office considered each suggestion This is slide 13, Graham. Okay, thanks. That's better. So they made the following recommendations. The design of the garage should be more in keeping with the style of one of the houses. So we complied with that.
Right, yeah, right. We clearly complied with that.
They stated that the vertical siding on the converted barn should be 18 inches wide. So we, it's shown as slightly less than 18 inches. It's shown as, actually it's shown as about, we've modified it to make it wider than it was, but we used the standard spacing. It might be 16 inches. The windows on the converted barn should line up with the board and board pattern. We did that previously. They did not align with the vertical lines, especially on that north elevation. And then the center Muntin mullion bar for the windows should be thicker to provide a more traditional feel. So these were made wider than were originally shown. Originally it was very thin mullions, almost to look like thin steel muntins. So those were widened based on the suggestions.
Okay, so just so, I mean, because, usually we say comply with them or comply with them as modified. So you comply, my understanding is you complied with 1, 3, and 4 of their recommendations. And
then two, we're very close to complying. We use the standard size, standard spacing.
Okay, if we said 15 inches, does that cover you?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. Okay. And then going back, the engineers, my understanding is for numbers 2 through 6, you said you're going to comply with those.
Correct. We'll comply with the engineer's requirements, including obtaining additional survey information in order to provide the grading plan.
Well, I think what the chairman's asking, Mr. Sionis, is you agreed, as far as I heard the testimony, with respect to our board engineer's report of February 16, 2021, that you'll comply with items 2 through 6 and 8. Is that correct?
That's correct. Thank you.
Now, are there members of the public who have questions for this witness? And again, this is just an opportunity to ask questions very shortly thereafter. When all the questions are done, you'll have an opportunity to comment on the application, either in favor or against, or suggesting modifications, whatever you want to say about it. But this is just a chance to ask questions of Mr. Sionis. So, Ram, you want to unmute everybody? And
sure. So all public participants, you're about to be unmuted. If you have questions of Mr. Sionis, please speak. Just speak your name, and then we'll bring you into the meeting.
Dana Morgan.
Okay.
Mr. Morgan. Go ahead, Mr. Morgan. Mr. Morgan, if you could turn down your speakers, we're getting a lot of feedback and echo as we talk to you. So I'm going to unmute you again.
Okay, hold on for a second. Okay, can you hear me now much better?
Yes, we can hear you much better now. So go ahead, you can ask your questions of Mr. Sionis.
Okay.
Just state your name and address for the record.
Dana Morgan, 25 North Willow Street.
Go ahead.
Are you ready?
Yep.
Okay. A few years ago, this barn caught on fire, and
Mr. Morgan, remember, this is an opportunity to ask a question.
Yes. Okay. The question: what is your? I don't see the plan regarding the, addressing fire issues with this property setback so far in the rear. I'm talking about the barn.
Yes.
Because, and the reason why I asked, because a few years ago, this barn caught on fire, and it was a struggle for the Montclair Fire Department to access that building.
Okay. Good evening, Mr. Morgan. How are you? Yes, I'm aware that there was a fire there. On the survey map that shows that on this 2007 survey that barn had been partially burned. As Mr. Fleischer hinted before, in order to convert this to a single-family dwelling, it will have to be brought up to building code. And because of the how close it is to the property line, it'll have to be fire-rated walls. So that's a code requirement. So code requirements aren't, building code items are not shown on these drawings for the zoning boards or planning boards, but for the construction drawings, that will have to be brought up to the proper fire ratings because of the distance to the property line. So the walls, the exterior walls, for example, have to have like a minimum 1 hour fire rating. And I'll verify that before we do the drawings to see if it is 1 hour or more than 1 hour is required, because it's only 1.5 feet from that westerly property line.
I don't think that answered my question. I'm talking about access to it, because the fire department had to go to the neighbors' yards to get to that building.
Okay, my opinion is that access would be easy through this new driveway right on the north side of the property, right to the back, to the back of the property. I don't know why there was a difficulty last time, except that there was the chain link fence with the barbed wire, perhaps. So I think this would be easier access.
That's all the questions I have.
All right, thank you.
Okay, are there other members of the public who have questions for Mr. Sionis?
Let me just get everybody queued up. Okay, so members of the public, I'll be unmuting your lines once again. If anyone has a question of Mr. Sionis, please state your name, and then we'll get you your question.
Tracy Best.
Hang on one second, Miss Best. Let me just mute everybody else, just so we can. Okay, Miss Best, go. Are you there?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Miss Best.
Go ahead and ask your questions.
Okay, I would like to know, why is there a need to have a one-family house in the back when you already have an existing one-family home on the property where the occupants can live, or if they want to change it to a two-family, which is good, but I just don't understand the one-family that you want to do it back. Because it's the R2 zone.
Yeah, we may have lost Mr. Sionis again.
Wow.
Hello, how you doing? How's everybody doing this evening? I know everybody's a little tired, it's getting a little winded, but we're gonna try to get through this process as quick as possible.
Okay, Paul, did you hear the question?
Go ahead, Paul. Now you're unmuted.
Okay. I did not hear the question.
Okay, Ms. Best, you want to repeat your question?
The question I want to ask is, what is the need for the one-family home in the back when you already have a one-family home on the property that exists now? And if the occupants want to change it to a two-family, which is fine, I don't oppose that, but this is an R2 zone. So why is it a need for another home in the back?
Right. I think, Cody, do you want to answer this also? But as I said, the barn architecturally is really exciting to the purchasers of the property, convert that into a home. It's kind of a secluded, partially hidden area. That was exciting. The two, converting the front to two-family by itself, that's allowed by the zoning. And that would be fine. But I think that what was driving this application, and the reason they're at the zoning board here, is to ask to use that barn for a dwelling, to make it into this kind of interesting, nice residences. So that's what's driving their need to convert that barn into a house. The fact that they're so excited by it, it's hidden from most of the other properties. It's got that top of that L-shaped projection. So even though they'll be on North Willow Street, they're sort of set back. So that's what drove this, and that's why they felt there was the need to convert that.
Still didn't answer my questions. Okay, still didn't really answer my question, but
Do you mind if I answer?
Hello?
Yes, this is Cody, the applicant. Is it okay if I answer?
Go ahead.
So thank you for the question. One of the reasons and one of the benefits is privacy. If we were living and converting the front house to a two-family, it would be much less private and much less secluded, and it would be a multifamily home with two tenants directly on top of each other. Especially if it's I know that a lot of the tenants on that street or homeowners on that street do have young kids, so there is a lot more privacy that's able to be offered not only to us if we were one of the residents, but also to the tenants as well. And in addition, we'd just like to, make the reminder that we're not, proposing to add any existing structures. We're just looking to kind of make use of one of the additional structures that is there in a way that, gives more space to both tenants, and then as well as just kind of keeps the privacy.
Okay, Dakota, this is her husband, Frank. How are you doing tonight?
Hi, Frank.
All right. My question to you is this. Okay. You guys purchased a single family dwelling. No, it was a single family and there was a barn in the backyard, correct?
Correct. In a R2 zone.
Your intentions were to basically remodel the first unit and then restore the second unit in the back, correct?
The intentions are kind of what's listed on the application, which is being able to convert that barn into a dwelling and then being able to add an additional unit in the front house.
Okay, so what would be the difference between converting that one family to a two family as opposed to leaving the barn as it is?
So one of the main differences, it is grandfathered in, so it's as of right for a commercial use. So again, it's been used by the Lombardis. We are, seeking to use it for residential uses just for our own housing. So, I would assume that would be a major difference to the neighbors, and it would be much quieter and less obtrusive than having a large, loud commercial usage.
Okay, so if I gave my approval on getting this converted to a two unit, the two unit in the front and the one unit back, how is that going to benefit the neighborhood?
I would imagine that would be much quieter than how it had been used as a commercial use.
Well, the commercial use was only used between Monday through Friday between 8 and 5. So after 5 o'clock, it's pretty much quiet on the block. So my question I pose to you again is, what would be the purpose of converting that barn into a one family, converting this into a two family? How's it going to benefit me, the other neighbors in the neighborhood? Because we have a lot of foot traffic. We got a lot of construction going on in the neighborhood as now in the surrounding area. And it's getting redundant because every time you turn around, they're always building something in the neighborhood. Down the street, the church is expanding the church. Up the street on Bloomfield Avenue, they're building apartments. Up the street on Glenridge Avenue, they're building a parking deck. So there's a lot of building going on. So you can see the frustration on me a little bit. I mean, listen, I don't oppose what you do, but I do oppose to a certain extent. If you want to convert into a two family, all means you convert the single family into a two family. But to convert the barn into a one family, I oppose to that. I really, no disrespect to you or what you're trying to do, I oppose it. That's just my honest opinion. And I want to be straightforward. I'm going to cut through the chase. I just don't approve of it. If the board says, hey, it is what it is, but I just don't approve of it.
Okay, Mr. Best, do you have any further?
From a two family to a three family. And the resident says it's an R2.
Okay, Mr. Best, do you have...
Excuse me?
Mr. Best, this is just to ask questions in a couple of minutes.
I'm just voicing my opinion how I feel.
Yeah, and you'll get to do that in a couple of minutes.
All right. I'm just letting you know, for the record, I'm just voicing my opinion how I feel.
Okay. Are there any other members of the public who have questions for Mr. Sionis?
Okay, so members of the public, I'll be unmuting the lines once again. If you do have a question for Mr. Sionis in his testimony, please state your name and we'll unmute you.
This is Dana Morgan. I have another.
Okay.
Have you considered?
Give us 1 second, Mr. Morgan. Just so okay, go ahead, Mr. Morgan, just so you're the only one that can speak. Go ahead.
Okay. Have you considered maintaining this existing barn accessory structure in the rear of the property as a private parking garage and storage? And number two, have you considered demolishing the existing barn structure in the rear of the property and create green space?
Cody, I'll start. I mean, no, we have not considered demolishing the existing barn. It's a well-built building. It's a great sized building. So we do not consider demolishing the barn. And then Cody, have we considered converting that to commercial? I'm sorry, Dana, was that commercial parking, renting that?
No. I'm saying maintaining the existing barn.
Yes.
Structure in the rear of the property as private parking for that two-family unit that you're planning to convert, or either storage.
Yeah, we had not considered that. We're
Meaning not changing it into a one-family house.
Well, yes, we have that, Mr. Morgan. That's a great question, and that has been a consideration. And there's certainly the option of continuing as of right use for a commercial use or potential parking. But again, I would imagine that, that would be more obtrusive to the neighbors if it was for parking, which.
It would be non-commercial, commercial use, be private parking.
Regardless, there would still be people coming in and out at all times of the day if it was for parking, the same as it was for commercial use. So I just can't imagine that would be any more beneficial to the neighborhood than if my fiance and ourselves were to live there.
Cody, I'm mentioning, say residential parking, no other commercial parking. Parking residential for that property.
No, that has not been a consideration, but if we aren't able to, move forward with this application, we definitely have considered just continuing the usage for the commercial use in that barn, in that rear part of the building.
And correct me if I'm wrong, that is not commercial use property. It has not been approved for commercial.
I believe it is a grandfathered use. Mr. Sionis could probably speak to that, but I believe it is a grandfathered as of right.
Right. My understanding is that the Lombardis used it for many, many years for their commercial use.
For parking, not commercial business out of there. I know over the past years, there was multiple attempts to try to convert that property, but it was unsuccessful.
I don't believe that was used for parking. All indications from what we've seen, it was used for storage of trucks, employees. As Mr. Sionis made the point earlier, you can see in the pictures, there's large piles of granite stones that was used for. So it's definitely not used for parking from my understanding.
Are there any other members of the public who have questions for Mr. Sionis?
Okay, so all members of the public, please state your name if you have a question that you'd like to ask. Your lines are unmuted at this time.
Hey, Graham, this is Dana Morgan. I got messages from multiple residents. The hour they have to drop off the call.
Hang on 1 second, Mr. Morgan. Go ahead, Mr. Morgan.
I just received multiple messages from residents saying they had to drop off due to the hour. It's too late. It was, hello?
Yes.
Mr. Morgan, do you have any other questions?
No, not at this time.
Okay. Are there any other members of the public who have questions for this witness?
Okay, members of the public, please state your name if you'd like to ask a question. Your lines are unmuted at this time. I'm not hearing any question requests at this time.
Okay. Now is the opportunity for members of the public who have any comments about the application. I'll start with those who have already participated. Mr. Morgan, do you have any comment, testimony, statements you want to give about the application? We need to swear you in, but then you can proceed and state your views on the application.
Mr. Morgan, Mr. Morgan, raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
Yes.
State your name and address, please.
Dana Morgan, 25 North Willow
Okay, Mr. Morgan, you want to state your opinion on the application?
I am deeply concerned and disturbed by this application for development and the variance for R2 zone change proposal. I strongly oppose these variants to permit the 3 dwelling units on the property to include variance relief. This is unprecedented. The proposed variance will erode the long-standing pride and character in this 25 North Willow Street close-knit neighborhood. Our residents value this R2 neighborhood. This proposed variance R2 zone change will more than likely adversely impact property values and landscape in this neighborhood, this residential landscape in this neighborhood. This proposed variance change is another example of overdevelopment and property exploitation in the township of Montclair by the privileged and developers using special tactics and techniques to selfishly maximize profits. This applicant is ignoring the irreversible adverse impact to residents and property owners in this neighborhood. Please consider the devastating impact to this close-knit standing neighborhood. Approving these variants will more than likely be the gold standard case and playbook for future applications for development like this applicant. Example, the existing block 3208 lot 8 of the adjacent lot. I and other residents have lived in this multi-generational neighborhood for more than 20 years. We are committed to protecting and preserving this R2 zone neighborhood. I highly suggest this Montclair Township Board of Adjustments respect the will of the residents in this neighborhood and enforce the existing laws. I suggest the Board of Adjustment members and the applicant consider the following options. A or B listed, A or B, which is maintain existing barn accessory structure in rear of the property as private parking, garage, and storage, or B, demolish the existing barn accessory structure in the rear of the property and create green space. Thank you.
Thank you. Does any member of the board or Mr. Trembulak have questions for Mr. Morgan?
I have none.
Okay.
No questions.
Okay. Next, Ms. Best, do you have any statements to give concerning the application?
Yes.
Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
Yes, I do.
State your name and address, please.
Tracy Best, 45 North Willow Street, Montclair, New Jersey, 07042. We strongly, me and my husband, oppose the variations of the permit for the 3 dwelling for the property. We feel that it will, the structure is going to change in the neighborhood, and we will not allow that. So we oppose this.
Okay. Anyone have any questions for Ms. Best? Mr. Best, do you have any statements on testimony on the application?
Yes, I do.
Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
Yes, I do.
State your name and address, please.
Frank Best, 45 North Willow Street.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Best.
Okay. When I first received this statement, this letter stating that we had to go to appeal tonight, I kind of looked into the matter to see exactly what was going to take place. When I looked into the dwelling, and I saw that Mr. Dakota was looking to convert the barn into a single-family dwelling. When I step outside my back porch and I look to the right, that's the first thing I see. It's not an eyesore. It's not a deterrent to the neighborhood in the backyard, so to speak. But I can see bringing additional foot traffic into the neighborhood and bringing additional families into the neighborhood. I think that's going to overpopulate the neighborhood. And I approve of that because, like I said earlier in my statement, we have several constructions going on in the neighborhood. The church is being revitalized. They're building a parking deck up on Bloomfield Avenue, up on Glenridge Avenue. And there's just so much construction going on. and my block is overpopulated as is right now. I mean, the values are holding steady, which I appreciate, love and hold, but I disapprove of having an additional 3-family put into the unit when it's everything on this side of the block is 2 families and single dwellings. So my recommendation is turn that 1 family into a 2-family, live on the first floor, rent out the second, or live on the second and rent out the first floor, and keep the barn and structure the way it is. That's all I have to say.
Okay, anyone with any questions for Mr. Best? Okay, are there any other members of the public who have any comments, testimony about the application?
Okay, members of the public, I'll be unmuting lines again. Please state your name if you'd like to provide comments on the application. All lines are unmuted.
Ben Sweat, yeah.
Ben Sweat. Hang on 1 second. Okay, Mr. Sweat, you should be unmuted. Can you hear us?
I can, yes. Can you hear me?
Mr. Sweat,
Yes, we can
would
hear you.
Raise your right hand.
Yeah, can you guys, you need to see me? I can't see myself. I don't know if you can see me or not.
No, we can't see you, but that's okay. We can hear you.
That's fine.
So.
You get the picture.
Mr. Sweat, would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
Yes, sir, I do.
State your
Okay.
name and
34 North Willow.
proceed.
So, you know, we're across the street and we've seen incredible changes in our little block in the last couple of years. It's a great neighborhood. I mean, it's a great town. And in 34 North Willow, which I'm the owner of, we have 3 families there. It's a legal 3-family with 3 families with young children. It's kind of a first stop for a lot of families. You know, they come out of Brooklyn, they come into Montclair, schools, neighborhoods, and then they eventually sometimes buy houses if they can afford it, and they move in. And I'm not alarmed about having another 3-family property like mine and like the neighbors, you know, on either sides of me. It's true that there's, you know, potentially more parking, but it looks like parking is being handled, and there's more people in the street. And I like the feeling there are people in the street. You know, having the trucks going in and out was not the greatest thing. And I think that as well as supporting our own, you know, neighborhoods, I think there's a general principle which is really important. And I just want to say it while I have the chance to have you guys hearing me. And I think it applies to this, which is that, you know, the zoning is the zoning and we want to keep to it. But the idea that the job is to reduce density in Montclair and have fewer people living in Montclair, less people living in Montclair, I think is sort of disrespectful to people who need housing and can benefit from it. So I just think that there's a principle of it. And I get the zoning is the zoning, but I also feel in this case, you're not overstuffing the neighborhood when you've already got three bedrooms, or excuse me, 3 families like ours. So I'm in favor of it on principle, okay? And then on the specifics, it's not alarming to me. Thank you.
Okay, anyone with any questions? Okay, are there any other members of the public who have any testimony, statements concerning the application?
Okay, once again, all members of the public, I'll be unmuting your lines. If you have any questions at this time, please state your name.
Hey, hey, Graham, this is Jerry. I have a question to that last Mr. Sweat. I think he just testified.
Okay. Yes.
Mr. Sweat,
Let me just unmute Mr. Sweat again so he can respond. Mr. Sweat, you're back unmuted. So, Mr. Simon, go ahead and ask your question.
Sure.
Of him.
Yeah.
Mr. Sweat, do you reside at 34 or do you just
I
own
don't.
34?
No, I don't. I bought it and fixed it up about 6 or 7 years ago. My brother resides in Montclair. I live in an apartment in a different state.
Okay, thank you.
But I am invested in the neighborhood. Let's say that.
Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other members of the public who have any statements concerning the application?
Okay, all members of the public, I'll be unmuting your lines again. Please state your name if you have any final comments on the application. All lines for the public are unmuted at this time, so if you have any final comments on the application, now is the time to make them, if you have not made any yet. I'm not hearing any comments from the public.
Mr. Trembleak, do you have anything you want to add before we move forward?
Most importantly, I had a brief conversation with my client a couple of minutes ago during some of the questioning, and he advised me that in light of some of the comments that have been made, that he would be willing to maintain the existing one-family building as a one-family building, and seek to convert the barn to a second one-family dwelling, as has been presented. That, in my mind, would eliminate the variance for three-family dwelling on a two-family zoned property. We would still need the D variance for two principal structures on the same lot. And obviously the C variances that go along with that, which again are mostly existing, because the two buildings would remain exactly where they're located, would not be expanded whatsoever. I know there's been some concern about the garage. Mr. Plofker, I think, is willing to eliminate that if the board feels that the garage should be eliminated. He's certainly also willing to reconfigure the rear yard along the lines that have been suggested. Of course, there would be at least one less parking space required by keeping the existing building in the front as a one family. So, I would think what I would like the board to do is consider, again, amending the application, and would ask the board to consider approving what I just suggested, which would amend the application to keep the one family in the front, convert the barn to another single family unit. We'd be willing, if the board wanted us to come back with an amended site plan for the rear, we'd certainly be amenable to that. So, I mean, I'm not going to repeat the arguments that Mr. Sionis has already made. I mean, again, the only significant variance we would need would be to have two principal buildings. But again, those buildings are there, and I think there's clearly a benefit to the community by converting what's essentially been a commercial building or used for commercial purposes with a rather unsightly rear yard to go along with it, and now to make that into a very nice conforming residential building in a residential zone without upzoning the property or increasing the density of the property. So I think there's clearly benefits to everyone, including the neighbors. Again, the building's going to remain exactly where it is. There's not going to be any more intense parking or traffic or any other detrimental concerns. So I think, as amended, I think it's certainly a application, that's worthy of approval. And again, as I've indicated, we would be willing to come back as a condition of that approval. If the board wishes, we would come back with an amended site plan for the rear of the property to address the parking and the other issues that have been raised, increasing the rear yard for the front building, etc. So, again, we would hope that you would approve the application as amended.
Okay, we'll start discussion with Mr. Church.
Mr. Chairman, am I unmuted?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Church, yes.
Good. This application is unique because of the type of lot it is on. This is what used to be called flag lots. And because of the configuration of the lot and the buildings on it, I believe that the suggestion by Mr. Chermilak for his client that the existing existing two-story building on North Willow Street remain a single-family dwelling, that the parking in the rear of that building be reconfigured to accommodate a single-family dwelling, that the proposed garage being suggested be moved, and that the existing two-story barn remain and be converted into this second unit for this. Under those circumstances, and with the resubmission by the applicant of plans to accommodate that, I would be in favor of an application. I'm not in favor of the application as presented with a two-story, strike that, with a two-family conversion for the front building and a building, a residence built in the barn, making it a three-family lot. I don't want to see this zone be upzoned. It's an existing two-family zone. I believe it's successful as that. And I would not want to see it be upgraded. So if the suggestions that Mr. Chermilak made could be accepted, I would accept them to come back with the revised site plan.
And just so it's clear, this is Michael Sullivan. I mean, Mr. Chermilak has amended the application. So the D1 use variance that was sought to allow 3 dwelling units where only 2 dwelling units are allowed is off the table. The front building is going to be a single-family dwelling. The barn is a single-family dwelling. That's off. The application's been amended. That request is gone.
So what are we opining on?
So the variance that we're left with is still a D variance because currently there is a principal building in the front and an accessory building in the back. So there would be 2 principal buildings. That requires a D variance, and the C variances, which primarily relate to the existing structures the barn being converted, would also need to be sought.
Okay. Ms. Harris?
To the zone. I still struggle with the idea of having 2 principal structures and a garage on this lot. I think that, if the applicant could convert the existing 1-story dwelling and find a way to use the I understand it's an exciting structure and I hope it's not torn down, but I think that they can find a way to use the barn that's in keeping with the zone, with the zoning ordinance. So I'm not inclined to approve the D variance for 2 principal structures on this lot.
Okay, Mr. Caulfield?
I would like to see what the community has to say about the changes, because we just heard the entire.
Well,
budget.
Mr. Caulfield, I don't think
Yes.
we need to open it up to the public again because they've made their comment. Well, I'll leave that up to the chairman, but the relief that's now being sought is less than what was being sought previously. We don't typically do it by referendum, but I'll leave that up to the chairman.
Well, I mean, I think that the members of the public voiced their views on the use, the 2-family versus the use of the barn, as to their thoughts on that. I mean, but if members of the board want to hear briefly from members of the public on that issue.
Maybe maybe I'd be opening up a can of worms. Maybe I understand that aspect of it, but if he has to, if this application has to come back to the board, I would wish that Cody would at least talk to the members of the community to see if he can get a better idea of what to move this project through, I guess. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Fleischer?
Okay. I'm happy that the applicant has modified his request from having 3 dwelling units on the site to 2. As I said earlier, I don't object to the 2 principal structures. I'm not sure that within the context of those structures that parking can't be accommodated, but that would be a different layout, and I'm not going to discuss the layout of the residential structure. I think the permanent elimination of the use of this property for commercial purposes has actually enormous positive value for the community. And I recognize that maybe the trucks came in a lot or didn't come in a lot. I think retaining this for 2 dwelling units is fine. We have in the past, in order to preserve either an existing building without modifying it and taking advantage of a large, I'll call it garage or carriage house, or whatever you want to call it, elsewhere on the property as a second dwelling. We've done that in the past. That's not a brand new precedent for us. And I have no problem with the amended application subject to site plan approval. And I think I've already made my views with regard to the site plan during my earlier questioning, that I think there has to be a balance in the way the land is used by the people in the front house and the people in the rear house. But otherwise, I would find this amended application acceptable. And with regard to the variances, I would urge, if it's possible, to the architect, frankly, to eliminate the windows on the side of the house that is next to both the adjoiner's garage and also, again, when you have a residence, there are people living in it, they're looking out on other people, on another person's yard and everything else. It would be nicer if that window, which I think it's only 1 window on that side, were eliminated. But overall, I think this is a doable application as amended. So I would be generally in favor of it, with the site plan coming back for subsequent approval.
Okay, Mr. Moore?
I'm also in favor of the amended site plan after hearing what people from the community or your neighbors have to say, and looking at the existing plan that's in front of us. I think that that would be a better use. And I look forward to seeing you both back with a revision.
Mr. Simon?
I'm generally in favor of the amended plan, providing that either there's a common parking area for both structures, or the garage structure is relocated in a way that maximizes the green space for both. I'm a little concerned about the primary structure being the setbacks for the primary structure compared to the neighboring the existing garage in the neighboring property. But if it meets all codes and they don't mind the aesthetics of looking over a garage, then that's up to the owner. But I would like to see that revised plan for final approval.
Okay, before I start my comments, Mr. Sullivan, I mean, there's a general prohibition in the municipal land use law about requiring a site plan for 1 and 2 family dwellings. Do you think we can how do you think we should handle that? Does this for an exception because we're dealing 2 principal structures on a lot, give a justification to require them to come back
Yeah,
you know,
I think we can condition that. That's, we can tie that to the use variance. And, the board, if they're so inclined, can grant the requested variances, the D variance for the two principal buildings, and the two C variances for side yard and rear yard. And we condition it on them, revising the layout of the parking areas and garage and come back with respect to those.
Okay, okay, okay. Just wanted to be sure before we did that and that we weren't creating a legal problem. I'm in favor of the application as has been amended. I think that the reality here is there is a large building on the property that was used for non-residential purposes. That use is clearly grandfathered. Whether the fact that the prior user of that was a good neighbor, and there was just a daytime working hours weekday use, does not ensure that that would continue if the non-conforming use continued. I think in terms of looking this at two principal structures, that building was not an accessory building to the existing single family on the lot. It was associated with a business unrelated to the single family. So in one sense, there really already were two principal structures on the lot. And instead of having one being non-conforming in a residential zone, we're now having a residential use on the lot. We're keeping it to being two dwelling units, which is consistent with the R2 zoning. I think there's a reality of this lot being larger than typical, and it makes sense for this building to be put to a use. I think in terms of conditions, besides requiring them to come back with a revised plan, that they have to adhere to conditions 1, 3, and 4 of the Historic Preservation Commission's recommendation, and condition 2, except that the 18-inch requirement be modified to 15 inches, that they adhere to conditions 2 through 6 and 8 of the engineer's report, and that the redesign be such that they relocate in the parking so that the existing single-family dwelling has a minimum of 30 feet of green space behind the dwelling. I think they can actually do more. And every part of me wants to say that they should not have a garage. Adding a third structure on the property is just more than what you would typically have. And I think that gives him a little better ability to shift the parking over to provide. I mean, there are a variety of ways. I'm not going to dictate exactly how they configure it, other than providing the at least 30 feet of green space, which would not be atypical of a rear yard in a one-family or two-family zone size. Any further discussion among board members?
Mr. Chairman, is your suggestion that the garage be eliminated? I wasn't clear.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, if there's no further discussion, does someone want to make a motion?
Move approval of the amended application with the conditions as stated by the chair.
I second.
Okay, Graham, you want to do a roll call vote, please?
Okay, let me just pull this up. Second. Okay. So we have Mr. Caulfield.
Is this a yes and no type of thing?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm confused. So I'm going to go the opposite of what I think I want to do. No, is that correct?
I don't know what you want.
I don't know
That's
either.
what you want to do. Let me try and help, Mr. Caulfield. So the board is voting on the amended application, which provides that the building up front will not be converted to a two-family, it will be a one-family. The barn will be converted to a one-family. So there will be 2 dwelling units on the property, which is consistent with the R2 use. There were a number of conditions, including eliminating the proposed garage. There's a conditions providing for compliance with various provisions of the HPC report and board engineers report. There will also be relocation of parking to provide a minimum of a 30-foot green space behind that front single-family dwelling. That's the motion that Mr. Fleischer made.
I neglected one condition that Mr. Fleischer had suggested, elimination of the windows on the west side of the barn structure.
So there's a motion to approve, Mr. Caulfield. If you are in favor of that, that would be an aye vote. If you're opposed to that, it's a no vote.
Yes, thank you, Michael, for the explanation. Yes.
Ms. Harris,
No.
Mr. Simon,
Yes.
Mr. Moore,
Yes.
Mr. Church,
Yes.
Mr. Fleischer,
Yes,
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
The application is approved subject to those conditions.
Okay, I'll see some of you in 2 weeks, and is there a motion to adjourn?
Thank you.
so moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
Good night, everybody.
Aye.
Well,
Thanks, Tom.